Quisiéramos agradecer entonces al coro Fundación
Choir, Fundación Música para la Integración,
Refugiadas y
Music for
Desplazadas.
Integration,
Muchísimas gracias por alegrarnos
with
la mañana. Muchísimas gracias.
with refugees and displaced persons. Thank you very much to the choir. Music for Integration.
Seguimos entonces con el
We
primer
continue
segmento.
then with the first part of our session. As I was saying before, yesterday we had the opportunity to listen to the different states.
Expertas que acompañaron fases previas del proceso de Cartagena. Además, este año cada una de las consultas contó con la asesoría de 3 organizaciones que contribuyeron sustantivamente al debate y permitió además incorporar una visión de futuro indispensable al elaborar el plan. Invito en primer lugar entonces a la señora comisionada.
Invite first the Commissioner of the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights, IACHR, Mrs. Andrea Pochak, to refer to the role of IACHR in the City of Mexico and the impact on the document we will adopt today. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. A bit strong to start after these voices that really call upon us. I would like to start by thanking the leadership of Chile in this process of Cartagena+40, also UNHCR for your support, and the Commission in each one of the consultations, each one of these regional consultations, 40th anniversary from Cartagena Declaration. This is an opportunity to consolidate all the progress observed in the last decade and set an effective roadmap for the next 10 years, responding to challenges ever more difficult to face by the states of origin, transit, destination, and return, especially if countries don't act in an articulated manner and with a human rights-based approach. As you know, the Cartagena Declaration is the result of developments and summoning that the Inter-American Commission has implemented since its creation 65 years back. From the very origin, we spoke about regulating migration flows, promoting clear criteria to extend parameters of the International Commission. Historically, from the Inter-American Commission, the principle of non-expulsion and asylum were included. Also, the expanded definition of the Cartagena Declaration using the regional consensus reached in order to face the new patterns of human mobility. From the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights, particularly Rapporteurship of Human Mobility that I chair at this point, we have a regional privileged position to monitor the changes and trends in the migration dynamics of Latin America and the Caribbean. In this context, we identify important, persistent challenges like some deficits in protection procedures, migration policies that breach due process, hampering regularization, allowing for arbitrary expulsions, as well as limitations in access to justice. All of these realities impacting different countries of the region. The available data also underscore the persistence of structural causes that generate forced displacements, like political persecution, severe violations of human rights, poverty, and exclusion. At the same time, I allow to recognize the most recent causes like mobility induced by climate change. On this, I announced that in the coming days, the Inter-American Commission will publish a resolution on human mobility induced by climate change. We invite the authorities of countries, regional and international agencies, and civil society to know about this resolution and observe it as to its standards and public policies. In terms of this regional scenario, I would like to underscore some central standards in view of the action plan for the next 10 years. From the Inter-American Commission, we understand that procedures of international protection need to be reinforced and strengthened. As it was said in the first and third Cartagena Declaration, states must guarantee access to territories and international protection procedures in an effective manner. This calls for reviewing, revising procedures, standards, and practices, and modify them when needed to guarantee non-discriminatory and just processes. So there is a need to update regulatory frameworks on asylum seeking, and in this point, it's necessary to adapt protection systems to recognize and process new factors for displacement, like emergencies related to climate change and socio-environmental natural disasters. And thirdly, structures and institutions must adapt in order to process and adequately decide and with due process the massive flows. The second standard or subject that we need to prioritize is the non-return principle. As defined in the fifth conclusion of Cartagena, this principle is the keystone for international protection of refugees and asylum seekers, and it is recognized in the Declaration of Jus Cogens standard. This principle prevents a person to be returned to a place where the life and freedom is endangered or where can be subject to torture or other cruel treatment. This principle protects persons against rejection in the borders, whether it be land, air, or maritime. And the Commission, as well as the Inter-American Court, have set forth that this principle is not only fundamental for the right to asylum, but also acts as a guarantee of different inalienable human rights. The Commission has underlined that this obligation of states is independent from the regularity of the entrance of a person to a territory. And the third focus is that access to justice needs to be ensured, and remediation and redress. And persons in human mobility may be out of their countries of origin when there are violations to their rights. Countries of transit or destination need to guarantee access to justice through borders in effective and accessible conditions in a coordinated manner with involved states. This access to justice needs to be real and guaranteed in an effective and expedite manner, and due diligence. To conclude, the Inter-American Commission understands that after 40 years and in view of the discourses, policies, and trends, the content of the Cartagena Declaration is more necessary than ever. Provide protection to those displaced persons because their lives and freedom have been threatened by violence, internal conflicts, a massive violation of human rights, extreme poverty, environmental emergencies, or other circumstances, disrupting public order, and continue to be an urgent need. From the Inter-American Commission and also from the platform of independent experts on rights of refugees, and universal and American mechanisms and of Africa, we hope that the path from Santiago will be effective and that declarations and commitments will transcend the words and translate into concrete actions guaranteeing protection and respect of persons in human mobility. I would like to conclude highlighting the relevance of follow-up mechanism for this process. And there I highlight the willingness of the Inter-American Commission to offer technical assistance and actively contribute in its implementation. Thank you.
Muchas gracias,
Thank you very much, Mrs. Commissioner, for your intervention and, of course, for the valuable contribution from CDH that allowed to reaffirm the importance of regional protection standards in the Cartagena+40 process. Now I would like to invite sectorial senior specialist in the migration unit of social sector of the Inter-American Development Bank, Mrs. Marina Sain, to talk about the consultation on solutions. Good morning to all of you. On behalf of the Inter-American Development Bank, I would like to greet the authorities of the government of Chile, the ministers and authorities participating in the Cartagena+40 process, the director of the Regional Bureau of UNHCR, Mr. Samaniego, the colleagues of the United Nations, and the rest of participants. I am honored to represent the Inter-American Development Bank and talking about the consultation on solutions. As we spoke in Brasilia in May, the scenario in Latin America and the Caribbean has changed. Although we still have the urgency of providing assistance to vulnerable migrants in destination countries, our studies show that most intend to stay where they are at least for 5 years. Our estimations also indicate that migration will grow. We're not only facing a humanitarian crisis, but a long-term development challenge where international funding mechanisms can play a key role to support host communities. I would like to greet the government of Chile and recognize the announcement of advancing in the regularization of migrants in the registration process. Regularization is the first step for a full integration of the migrant population that allows them to contribute to their host communities. From the bank, I would like to take the opportunity to ratify our commitment to continue supporting the government of Chile and the rest of the countries in the region in its response with migratory flows. You have our support, technical knowledge, and financial assistant. The commitment of the IDB with the regional challenges is to do mid and long-term investments to promote the development of host communities. That's why we believe the second consultation on solutions has been vital, and we thank you for being part of it to advance together with you in the implementation of the challenges identified. Now I would like to summarize what we discussed in Brasilia and how the investments in economic integration and social cohesion can benefit host communities. The IBD says that migration is a development opportunity both for migrants and host communities. Migrants, mostly trained and young people, are an active population that can contribute to economic growth, social inclusion, and social cohesion. We talked about guaranteeing health, education, and labor for the migrant community in the host communities. Also, we highlighted the need of non-discriminatory and inclusive social policies, focusing on 3 areas: humanitarian aspects, peace, and economic development, highlighting the key role of the private sector for sustainable living, cultural sustainable development. This offered both for the migrant community and host communities. It was highlighted that inclusion has to do mostly with host communities that must receive support from different international and governmental stakeholders. Labor and productive integration. The inclusion of migrants in formal employment can significantly increase productivity and economic growth of host countries. We emphasized on having active labor policies that promote the inclusion of migrants. Expansion of legal paths for admission. Given humanitarian crises and climate change, we saw resettlement programs and labor programs, as well as the use of digital tools to help in the process. Repatriation. It was emphasized to see a dignified repatriation process focusing on human rights, especially for children and adolescents. Shared responsibility mechanisms. The Cartagena Agreement was stated as key in Latin America and the Caribbean, promoting a coordinated approach between the government, civil societies, and the private sector. To summarize, investments in economic integration and social cohesion not only help the migrant community to integrate, but also lead to tangible results in the host communities. We can see this through an improved access to public services, and a more prosperous communities. The 5 conclusions that we have is that the full integration of the migrant community is a multi-sectorial challenge that requires the commitment of governments, the private sector, and civil society, multilateral banks as well. In IBD, we work with the governments of the region, UNHCR, IOM, and others to transform the challenges of migration into opportunities through mid and short-term solutions for the benefit of local communities and migrants. Third, we support the countries of the regions to address the structural causes of migration, promoting a full integration of migrant community. Fourth, we want to build a bridge between development and humanitarian assistance. The IBD funds growth for institutions and together with other donor organizations here in this room. This means working together with governments, donors, members of cooperation, private sector, and civil society, and initiatives that promote social and economic inclusion to improve the life conditions of populations in a sustainable manner. In the IDB, we know the need to advance in the implementation of the action plan of Chile. We're convinced that our experience helps us support countries in this initiative. We hope to continue working with you together in all of these issues. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ana Maria, for your intervention and your valuable contribution. And also the commitment to continue working with us for an effective implementation of the plan. To end this segment, we would like to invite the head of the Secretariat of the Platform on Disaster Displacement, PDD, to talk about the role of the platform in the context of disasters, highlighting the fact that they were already part of Cartagena+40 and the impact that you believe the Chile Plan of Action will have over the next years. Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor for the Platform on Disaster Displacement, PDD, and to me, as the head of the Secretariat of the Platform, to be here in this important ministerial closing meeting for the Cartagena+40 process. First of all, we would like to express our more sincere gratefulness towards the government of Chile and UNHCR for providing us the opportunity of accompanying such a significant process and for their leadership in the region to promote the protection of displaced persons, even in contexts of disasters and with the adverse effects of climate change. Yesterday, we heard from the delegation of Colombia, and from PDD, we support the development of the third theme-based consultation of the Cartagena+40 process in forced displacement due to disasters, which took place in Bogota this year. During the consultation, we addressed one of the greatest global challenges of our times, the displacement of people as a consequence of disasters and in the context of the adverse effects of climate change. Disaster displacement is an enormous challenge. Since 2013, between 1.6 and 4.7 million people have been displaced due to disasters in this region every year. Central America and the Caribbean have been especially affected. Although most of those movements are internal within the countries, those people that are usually forced to cross borders. And probably this number will increase in the future given the context of climate change. Therefore, it is especially significant for one of the most innovative aspects of the Cartagena+40 process is having acknowledged the urgency and importance of protecting displaced people in the context of disasters and the adverse effects of climate change. Taking as a basis the Brasilia Plan of 2014 and expanding it with greater emphasis in the adoption of the Declaration of Chile and the Action Plan of Chile is therefore a significant step and vital to ensure that the region is a pioneer in the protection of displaced people and to provide them with the proper responses. In our opinion, the implementation of the 3 relevant programs of the 3rd chapter on the Action Plan of Chile on protection in context of disaster force displacement is vital. In particular, through 1, strengthening capacities and knowledge to better understand the interactions and links between forced displacement, vulnerability of countries, the degradation of the environment, and disasters, with the purpose of developing a more integral and efficient approach for these challenges. Second, strengthen cooperation between governments and with the support of UNHCR in the operativeness of guidelines and other tools that can help understand and facilitate processes and requests for refuge or complementary protection when applicable, and when the displacement takes place in a natural disaster context. And for that, as mentioned in the Action Plan of Chile, it will be necessary to develop and promote guidelines on the application of instruments such as humanitarian visas, temporary visas, and other complementary protection means. Third, to continue supporting governmental efforts and UN systems efforts in the design of simulation exercises in cross borders, to improve technical capacities for preparation and the response due to disaster displacement, including early warnings and other rapid response mechanisms that can mitigate the effects of disasters in the affected populations. Fourth, cooperate with the governments of the region to create synergies and promote the Action Plan of Chile in the light of other existing mechanisms that address in the same manner issues on human mobility in the context of disasters and the adverse effect of climate change. Among the comprehensive framework on solutions, the Regional Conference on Migration, the South American Conference on Migrations, the dialogue process in the Caribbean on the framework of CARICOM, and the Organization of East Caribbean Countries. This is to learn and build on what we have done up to now, work with coordinated and integrated efforts in the region and with a strategy. Fifth, support innovative mechanisms of support and coordination for the implementation of the action plan and the declaration. And we would also like to join the coordinated efforts of the follow-up network and the support platform. Disasters are a more common reality in the region. And also forecasts say that certain events will not only be more intense, but more frequent due to the adverse effects of climate change and global warming. This invites us to reflect and take action with a prospective view. This is thinking about future generations and how we can better prepare ourselves, how we can prevent and mitigate the impacts of disasters in the most vulnerable communities. I would like to conclude with that renewed commitment from the platform and its technical secretariat. We also reiterate our willingness to continue cooperating with all the stakeholders present here so that together we can offer efficient, solidarity, and long-term responses given the phenomenon of disaster displacement in the region. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas.
Thank you, Adler, for your presentation and the support to the process in a very substantive topic for the region. We will now move on to the next segment. I welcome the High Commissioner who is with us this morning. Thank you very much. And we begin now a panel meeting that is very significant. It includes all the other voices that participated in the Cartagena+40 process. Here, the government of Chile wants to make a true and sincere acknowledgement. Today, will adopt the Chile Declaration and Plan of Action. We want to have a call on to the next 10 years to consolidate the achievements of the Cartagena process and support the states in the implementation of the Chilean Plan of Action. As we want to highlight the perspectives and reflections of the persons that have been displaced and refugees. These were fundamental lights to reach the text that we will adopt today. We thank the profound and sincere work conducted by civil society and academia that participated on an equal basis with the same commitment in all the consultations and all the other events in this path towards Santiago. We will begin with those that participated in the event. So I first invite Mrs. Majoli Sanchez, who will speak on behalf of the Organization of Displaced and Persons and Refugees. Majoli, you have the floor. Good morning, dear representatives of state, international cooperation, civil society, academia, and private sector, and public in general. We want to extend a special thanks to the government of Chile for presiding this commemorative event and leading the process of Cartagena+40 for including us, and with invaluable support of Colombia, Mexico, Brazil, as well as the High Commissioner of the United Nations. I am a refugee, and today I'm Patricia. I can be Juan, I can be Teresa. Today I have the honor of being the voice of more than 210 organizations led by refugees of Latin America and the Caribbean, that we have been able to unite ourselves in the process of Cartagena+40. And we organize and we have set up the organization known as Carlos. 40 years after the declaration of Cartagena, for the first time, we refugees have been included in this space, this exceedingly important space for us. This fact is a landmark, as mentioned by all those present. And we are most interested ourselves in moving forward. Not only this show to exclude us from decision making, it can affect our decisions, and it would be going backward in human rights. So a delegation made up by 5 women displaced by force, we affirm that this collective effort has set the foundations for many policies, local, regional, defending human rights in persons of displacement, and considering the different approaches among them, the social. The consensus of Latin American and Caribbean countries that we have evidenced, it is a basic fact. Those fleeing from persecution, violation, and massive violation of human rights, we are refugees. Our situation is exacerbated and needs to be recognized also when natural disasters occur. For us seeking refuge, there is a need, international protection. It's key to strengthen the situation, the natural condition of refugees, and it is more effective than the process of regularization that very often makes invisible the problem of origin and breach even more the rights of our brothers and sisters. Let us consider and embrace the good practices of countries that have achieved progress in showing solidarity, security, development, integration, and protection. Examples like four-party mechanisms, articulation projects between civil society and private sector and state, including ideas of organization led by refugees, participatory tables where we have our voice as well. All of these actions we thank and we want to appreciate. From this tribune, we summon the solidarian spirit seeking to protect those that have fled. And hopefully the next 10 years will be with sustainable measures and complementary mechanisms that will allow us to live with dignity out of our place of origin. The dialogue we've had among the several actors, civil society, academy, and church, confirms us with the future for the follow-up mechanism of Cartagena process that this should be a regional platform responding to our needs and challenges to be presented by the state, and commits us to facilitate input to interested actors in an effective manner as being the front line of care, and therefore this can assist in the articulated work with the states, international cooperation, providing resources and assistance focused in the person and considering the positive impact in the host communities. This platform should have an inclusive structure with all the intersectionalities as mentioned, indigenous peoples, Afro-descending women, girls, boys, adolescents, elderly persons, LGBTQ+, and persons with disabilities. It's also important to say that the action plan of Chile will be a living document, and the follow-up with the different actors. No, for that it is important to see the times where there will be follow-up and monitoring with the different actors. Also, guidelines should be designed for the monitoring that will facilitate its evaluation. This platform hopefully will be an open and transparent and representative space, transcending implementation of policies expressing a solidarity spirit that is proclaimed in the declaration, and surely it is inside the plan of action of Chile. To conclude, we displaced persons, refuge seekers, and stateless persons, we are new opportunities of growth. We are persons with different potentials, and we are development engines for the host and reception societies. We hope to cooperate and actively participate in the monitoring process of the action plan of Chile, and we express our interest in accompanying the meeting of the at the end of the 2025 and do the first report for the high-level meeting. As an example of our interest, in the coming days, we'll share a document jointly prepared with recommendations as to the design and monitoring mechanisms. Thank you. We thank Mrs. Majoli Sanchez for her words, and we are sure that we will continue working together in the next 10 years in the mechanism of monitoring and follow-up of the declaration. I now give the floor to Mrs. Constanza Castillo, representative of civil society. Mrs. Castillo, you have the floor. Thank you. Excellent representatives of states, delegates of the Foreign Ministry of Chile, Technical Secretariat, UN agencies, academia, and organizations led by refugees. Cordial greetings on behalf of the voices of civil society organizations of Chile and regional networks. Lack RMD, Red Clamor, and Red Jesuita with migrants. We thank this space for exchange of views, strengthening the spirit of cooperation and co-responsibility defined by the Cartagena process for the last 40 years. For us, the Declaration and Action Plan of Chile are an opportunity in order to have a positive impact on the lives of millions of people in the region. We hope the support and political will persist for an effective implementation of the Plan of Action of Chile, with the support of the many actors that have participated in this process. We celebrate all the achievements so far, and among them, we would like to refer to first, promotion of decentralization of asylum systems and the articulation of mobile units in border areas where there is movement of persons requesting asylum. Second, the recognition of the importance of prima facie procedures in simplifying processes for states and guarantees for those that need international protection. Thirdly, the expansion and flexibilization of measures designed to ensure the family unity, to mechanisms of accessible family reunification, effective processes, the inclusion of host communities, the stateless and displaced persons in the design of policies of integration in order to identify the challenges and paths, appropriate paths to address them. Also, the possibility of access to the territory and refuge procedures for displaced persons because of adverse effects of climate change and environmental impacts. All this progress reaffirmed the commitment of the states and different stakeholders in order to assume in a coordinated manner all the challenges faced by refugees, displaced, and stateless persons in our region. In spite of these significant achievements, we cannot but share the areas of opportunity where our support as civil society can be crucial, and these areas are, first, integral protection. Still, there are barriers in access to basic rights like documents, health, education, and formal employment. Our knowledge and links with the communities allow us to adopt more timely and comprehensive responses in a cross-border approach, also in regional coordination. Although there are regional mechanisms, we need greater articulation in order to avoid duplication of efforts and thus optimize all the resources available. The work pace among different mechanisms needs to be proportional to the dynamic context of displacement in our region. Also, in the monitoring and accountability, it is indispensable to articulate a mechanism allowing to sustain all the efforts that we are resuming every 10 years. For that, we suggest defining results indicators that will have been built with the substantive participation of all stakeholders, all players, especially displaced persons, and based on human rights standards to have a transparent and integral view of the action plan of Chile. Finally, we are very pleased of the inclusion of a follow-up mechanism and coordination in the action plan as conveyed in different consultations. It is indispensable to have this document in order to enable an active and significant role of organizations led by persons, stateless, displaced persons and refugees, and civil society. We would like to share some contributions in order to guarantee the effective operation of the mechanism. First, incorporate in a permanent way those organizations led by refugees and civil society in the governance structure, from planning to evaluation, guaranteeing that their contributions and input be considered in the implementation and follow-up of policies, and preserve the public, democratic, and progressive spirit of and protection of the process. Also, continue with the monitoring and update of policies and action plans through the location and accountability agendas for affected communities. This approach entails eliminating existing barriers for the participation of organizations led by refugees and stateless and displaced persons.
So incorporating country chapters in the follow-up program to have evidence-based information on best practices, challenges, and lessons learned in the effective implementation of the Cartagena Declaration. This anniversary invites us to renew the Cartagena commitment and adapt it to the current challenges. From history, experience, and support to displaced persons, refugees, and stateless persons, civil society organizations have the pleasure to inform the states that we are interested on supporting and actively participating in the follow-up mechanism, in line with the whole of society approach, which guides other processes such as the Global Compact on Refugees, and we will present a proposal for its operation in the next days to continue this fruitful dialogue that we have for 40 years now. Civil society organizations reiterate our willingness to work together with you to build a future in which dignity, protection, and inclusion are guaranteed for all people that are displaced, refugees, and stateless. It is our historical responsibility to transform this plan into concrete and sustainable actions so that Cartagena+40 becomes a global role model of solidarity and co-responsibility. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to Mrs. Castillo, representative from civil society, for her words, for her support, enthusiasm, and ideas to continue with the action plan mechanism. Thank you very much. And finally, we would like to invite Professor Patricia Gacio-Trin Nochang, representing the academia today. The floor is yours. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Good morning. I would like to greet the High Commissioner of the United Nations for Refugees, the government of Chile, and the rest of representatives from the government here today, together with civil society, organizations of refugees, together with my colleagues, Macarena Rodriguez and Uy Rividor from Colombia and Oin Lara Angel from Mexico. The academia has an intrinsic relationship with the Cartagena Declaration on Refugees from 1984 and its later evolution and revision. Once I went to an academic meeting, came the matrix document, but over these 40 years producing knowledge, evidence, and reflections on the causes and solutions, and being recognized as an important stakeholder of this declaration in Mexico, and with a more active participation in the Cartagena+40 with the global academia interdisciplinary network. For that, we produced a specific document with contributions for 2024, the Declaration of the Academia in the framework of Cartagena+40, a declaration on the integral protection of refugees and other forced displaced persons, and to build a humanitarian space that is effective in Latin America and the Caribbean. In the launching event of the Cartagena +40 process in Geneva in 2023, presented by Professor Liliana Jubilú. This declaration highlights the main concerns that the academia has, making 40 proposals for humanitarian protection in the context of forced mobility in the region, and it was signed by more than 300 supporters between academicians, academic and non-academic institutions. Also, that academic document was present in the preparatory meetings of Cartagena+40, and its participation led to what the academia considers more urgent. In combination with these efforts, it would be important to mention that human dignity should be guaranteed in the human rights of all refugees, migrants, and displaced persons in all the phases of the migratory process, in all places, contexts, and moments, addressing the specific needs of protection for women, girls, older persons, LGBTQ plus community, people with disabilities, and indigenous peoples. To have an integral protection, this means respecting the migratory status, addressing all human rights with universality, indivisibility, and human rights approach as a guidance of political action and strategic rules. To include refuge as a right, for instance, in the Inter-American system of human rights. For the results coming from migratory policies do not mean a diminishing in protection to provide refuge and all the protection from the international law on refugees, to guarantee the safe access of territory, and to have an effective intervention in borders with the promotion of development in these areas, to keep and strengthen the access to proper processes in the condition of application for refugees, and the willingness of countries to go beyond analysis and for them not to represent a risk to restrict applications or for them not to be evaluated properly. For security concerns, to live with respect to humanitarian standards. For those countries of the region that are not part of the protection, to consider the Cartagena anniversary as an opportunity to adhere to treaties on refuge, statelessness that impact migrants, that the Declaration of Cartagena and its documents are reviewed, and especially the regional concept of refugee is interpreted in an impartial, equal, and proper manner, following the human rights guidelines, prohibiting any setbacks, promoting international solidarity, and addressing the non-political and humanitarian aspects, that refugees and migrants can follow an anti-racist, anti-sexist, anti-misogynist, anti-patriarchal approach that considers intersectionality and specific needs of protection, and establish actions to combat discourses that go against human rights, to take into account that all complementary protection initiatives protect refugees, to have migratory regulations for each type of need and means of displacement, keeping refuge within the development agenda that contributes to the local societies in different forms, and having ways of being in the territory in a regular manner is a contribution to establish international internal mechanisms for all people displaced by disasters and due to the adverse effects of climate change, and to work in humanitarian assistance and have permanent measures of protection and guarantee the support before, in, and after disasters due to climate change for Latin America and the Caribbean, to advance in a regime of protection for internal displaced persons, to be understood as an effort of protection for access to documentation, to be understood as part of long-lasting solutions and comprehensive protection, to have the effective participation of refugees and displaced persons in the design of proposals for actions, and that for these to include access to labor, education, and revalidation of certificates, to have a better coordination of tasks and developments in different areas of the government, and to have an exchange of best practices to guarantee solutions, to have innovation, action, and policies based with the spirit of Cartagena, with its protective nature, in line with human rights. with the lasting asylum tradition of our region, we would like to make a calling for all the countries to consolidate, keep, and perfect their guidelines and actions on human mobilities for Latin America to continue being an effective humanitarian space and an example in the protection of refugees and provide protection to other migrants. The academia is committed to guide the countries and the region in the quest of solutions for the challenges that they face in migratory issues. And it is willing to accompany the implementation of the Declaration and Action Plan of Chile in the context of the review process of the Cartagena Declaration and the Global Compact on Refugees, always respecting human rights and providing comprehensive protection. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much, Patricia, for your intervention. And certainly the academia is vital to follow up the work that we have in the upcoming 10 years. Thank you very much. We would now like to start with the next segment, where we will have national and international entities that played a significant role during the year. And as the action plan of Chile intends, continue supporting all of the areas of their competence, and that can allow us to continue strengthening protection and solutions for refugees, displaced persons, and stateless persons. I would like to give the floor to the Permanent Technical Secretariat of the National Networks Institution Networks for the American Continent, Mrs. Consuelo Alvera. The floor is yours. Thank you very much. Good morning to all of you. For the National Networks for the Protection of Human Rights of the American Continent, known of RINCA, comprised of 18 institutes of human rights from Canada to Argentina. It is an honor to be part of this meeting where the Declaration and Action Plan of Chile will be adopted after 3 consultations in the process of Cartagena+40, characterized by the broad voices heard coming from different horizons, but with one common objective, which is having a cleared roadmap through a 10-year plan to foresee a series of actions on the protection and adoption of solutions for refugees, displaced persons, stateless persons in the region. I want to thank on behalf of RINCA, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Chile, for their kind invitation to participate in this ministerial event, and also UNHCR for all the support provided to facilitate our participation, both in the regional consultations as well as this important session. From RINCA, as an instance that gathers public defender's office, commissions, and national institutes of human rights, we recognize the 3 theme axis for the Declaration and the Action Plan of Chile. There's no doubt that the protection of people in human mobility and stateless persons, the inclusion through alternative and comprehensive and sustainable solutions, and protection in the context of forced displacement has been a proper path to lead the actions of our region in the next 10 years to guarantee more dignified conditions for all refugees. We would also like to thank your consideration that the participation of RINCA can contribute to emphasize a human rights-based approach in this process and add to the strengthening of the comprehensive protection in all phases of displacement. This is in the origin, transit, destination, and return countries. I would like to remind that human rights institutions of the Americas play a vital role in the safeguarding and strengthening of human rights nationally and regionally, due to their constitutional and legislative mandates to protect and promote human rights. The institutes are in a unique position to have an influence in the legislation and practices. Our institutes are fundamental stakeholders in the protection of human rights. The independence and autonomy of our institutions allow us to cooperate with governments, but also point out those actions where they are far from the protection of people affecting their fundamental rights, so they can be corrected and sanctioned, and also requesting comprehensive redress measures and non-repeatance. That is why for RINA, the synergies established with civil society organizations, the academia, and of course with the refugees themselves is so important. In November of this November, we commemorated the 40th anniversary of Cartagena on refugees, which became an innovative framework to protect in a comprehensive way any legal and humanitarian regional problems and international aspects. Since that moment, the Latin American countries have adopted and updated this declaration every 10 years, setting the beginning to the Cartagena process to give priority to the protection of refugees. During the process of Cartagena+10, the Human Rights Institutes, in an isolated and in a coordinated manner, took the first steps to become part of this process. We must remember that back in the 1990s, the establishment of these important national institutions took place. Today, we are in conditions of promoting this process in a more coordinated and systematic and organized manner to provide a more comprehensive response, because the experience of human rights institutes in the field allows us to know that we have a unique opportunity of renewing the protection of refugees and stateless persons, since most of these people are victims of the large humanitarian crises. We must not also leave aside the fact that it is possible that starting in 2025, some countries of our region will take drastic measures against people in contexts of human mobility, and for them to intensify cross-border controls, to apply restrictive measures that, far from providing protection, only increase their vulnerability and can perpetuate the lack of structural solutions. That is why maybe one of our first tests that we must undertake for this action plan. The challenges faced by our region related to refuge and displacement conditions are enormous. When migratory flows are becoming more and more complex, and where we have overlapping factors such as generalized violence, political instability, and economic instability, and the growing impacts of climate change and natural disasters, we must then consider that natural phenomena such as hurricanes, floodings, and droughts continue displacing communities, while mixed migration routes expose people to many dangers where people want to take a path for security and opportunities. The action plan, as the result of the Cartagena+40 process, should promote regional cooperation, prioritize solutions based on solidarity, and guarantee that migratory policies respond to the needs of protection for displaced people. It is still a virtue within this process to have the extended definition on refuge from the Cartagena Declaration, because it is a framework that favors the work of human rights institutes by expanding international protection and provides an efficient response to large-scale movements of refugees. It is a core task of our institutions, and it will be to observe and verify that each state that has adopted this standard applies it properly with that comprehensive approach that guarantees human rights from the interdependence, but also considering the sensitivity of refugees, asylum seekers, displaced, and stateless persons. That goes far from political responses and restrictive migratory responses. A great challenge to consider is the one related to the large number of currently displaced people in the region, which is why we must emphasize on the infrastructure and hosting programs, but also in the startup of an ongoing mechanism of follow-up to the commitments that are acquired in the Chile Action Plan for 2024, including indicators to look at the advancements, but also under the principles of transparency and accountability that allow an active participation of organizations led by refugees, civil society, academia, and of course, with national institutions on human rights. From RINCA, we have the pleasure to communicate our willingness to cooperate and actively participate in the follow-up and monitoring mechanism for this action plan. Similarly, I am pleased to communicate to you that together with the networks of civil society organizations and the academia, we have created a working group whose objective is to follow up and monitor this action plan. I would like to insist on the fact that experience and competencies of the human rights institutes are valuable strengths to promote the proper implementation of the Chile Action Plan. Similarly, they can take charge of individual cases, monitor return and detention cases, facilitate the access to redress mechanisms, and advise governmental authorities on the inclusion of programs and policies and national services in favor of the rights of refugees. From today, the declaration of RITCA from Santa Cruz de la Sierra, Bolivia, on the role and contribution of human rights institutes to the process of Cartagena+40, signed on April 9th, has a clear roadmap to comply with its 5 objectives. Congratulations on the adoption of the Declaration and Action Plan, because this can be a very hopeful horizon for the comprehensive protection of displaced persons and refugees, taking dignity and security of people in its core. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias a la
Thank you very much, Mrs. Consuelo Olvera, referring to the very key role of RINCA in this process and how it will accompany us in the coming years. Now, by the agencies, funds, and programs of the United Nations system, we'll hear Mr. Diego Beltrán, the Special Envoy of the International Organization for Migrations, IOM. Thank you very much, Chair. Cordial greetings and special thanks for the hospitality of Chile. Greetings to the Technical Secretariat, Filippo Grandi, Jose Samaniego, and colleagues of UNHCR and countries representatives of present organizations. I would like to begin on behalf of the IOM so as to refer to the importance of this meeting, the commitment of IOM with the results that have been attained. We want to support this perspective from our commitment and mandate related to the World Compact for Migrations, 23 goals, and the World Network of Migrations, the regional network, and the 17 that are in Latin American countries. As pointed out by the High Commissioner in his opening speech, it is the complementarity of both compacts, the World Compact on Migrations and of refugees, where responses are found to the flows of migrants and refugees, both in the protection of vulnerable migrants as well as the needs of international protection. And taking advantage of this opportunity, I want to mention that in this House, there will be a second regional revision of the Migrations Compact next year in March 19 and 20. Surely we'll meet here again. It's of interest to say that these international frameworks need to have life and be effective in situ with persons proper. We need to recognize that in these last years, unprecedented flows of migrants and refugees in extreme situations of vulnerability have taken place with different situations, different needs, and crossing very dangerous routes, and frequently subject to the exploitation of human traffickers and migrant traffickers. This situation has called for all the support of the United Nations system. We have worked jointly with UNHCR, IOM, and many other agencies. And we've had new examples that have occurred in this region and result as a model for other regions of similar situation. We want to clearly express that among the difficulties and challenges mentioned that we do not ignore, of course, this region is viewed as advanced in protection, in humanitarian assistance, integration of migrants and refugees. And I highlight this part, integration. That means the possibility of labor insertion, access to rights, and that it calls for, and many of the colleagues have mentioned, call for an active participation of the private sector. We are all in this moment with this effort. And then, and the risk of being too exhaustive, I would like to mention some good practices that are model, and for us, for IOM, for UNCHR, CR, are a great example to consider in similar situations. Without following an order, I would like to mention Brazil in its Colida operation, efforts and integration of migrants and refugees, the implementation of LTB in Colombia, the new instruments for regularization that carried out also by Ecuador, and progress of Peru, and the implementation of the residence agreement of Mercosur. I emphasize here in Argentina, Uruguay, and Brazil as well, with more than 5 million persons with residence permits given in the last decade. The efforts and regularization in Dominican Republic, of Venezuelans, of Guyana, and other countries. I don't want to be exhaustive, but give you a broad example of what the countries of the region have contributed. And these are the mechanisms that indicate us the willingness of countries in order to advance in the protection of these vulnerable persons. And once again, on this point, we would like to emphasize the factor of integration, of incorporation, although humanitarian conditions have not yielded. However, there are greater needs of socioeconomic integration. This is a major challenge. And that has to do with the possibility for the certificates, for example, the study certificates be revalidated, and the possibility for persons to find labor, job opportunities according to their skills and knowledge. That is an important factor. And it has proven to be of great help for the COFIDA countries. There are concrete elements and specific figures of the contributions to GDP of many of the countries because of the residence of migrants and refugees. The contribution, entrepreneurship, for example, creation of businesses, and other contributions also in the labor market. Now, to supplement the responses of government and work with the protagonists, migrants and refugees, is the way that we believe it's appropriate in order to move forward in the solution of these challenges. And I'm so glad that the organization of diaspora, for us, it's very important to work with those who are victims, and after time, their organization, they end up supporting their own fellow persons and other persons going through similar situations. To do this work, you need, and as many of the speakers have said, you need to have a differentiated approach, seeing to the needs of women, girls, boys, adolescents, Afro-descending, indigenous, and LGBTQ, among others. I want to mention the relationship between migration and environment, and thus highlight the words of PDD, the platform on disaster displacement, that the work they've done with protocols in cases of natural disasters with the CCM and the RCM. And finally, mention the experience that we are developing at this point for some years now, and that we believe of vital importance with tangible results, so that all these efforts be consolidated, materialized. And I'm referring to the platform of refugees and migrants which has recently happened, the launching of the regional plan of refugees, MRP, and migrants, representing 250 partners present in that platform. We are required to be together, to work collectively with the governments, with the migrants and refugees. So, with this, I conclude thanking the invitation to this meeting and reiterating our commitment to supplement in the best manner possible what is to be decided in this meeting. Thank you. Thank you to Mr. Diego Beltran from IOM, sister agency of UNHCR, that underscores the willingness of compacts and pacts to keep on working together. I invite now Mariel Noel Baeza, Regional Director for the Americas and the Caribbean of UN Women. Maria Noel Baeza. Thank you, Ambassador. I would like, first and foremost, thank the government of Chile through its Foreign Minister, Alberto Van Claveren, and through you, Ambassador Claudia Fuentes. It's a pleasure to be here and thus recall the importance of women in this process. And also, I would like to particularly thank UNHCR, Filippo Grande, High Commissioner, and Diego Bañero, with whom we've worked with IOM and UNHCR. It is an honor for UN Women to participate in this ministerial event of the process of Cartagena+40, and I would like to recognize the importance of the Action Plan of Chile 2024-2034, an effort which is a milestone for the region in consolidation of robust protection system for women, youth, girls, refugees, displaced, and stateless. This regional commitment reaffirms our collective capacity as a region to respond to the challenges of human mobility with a gender and human rights approach. It is an honor to be a Latin American in this sense. We recognize the leadership and dedication of member states to face the challenges raised by human mobility. Their responses that include having financial resources, strengthening of public policies, design of inclusive regulatory frameworks, and implementation of innovative programs. All that has been key to advance in the protection and empowerment of persons in mobility. These efforts and results are recognized by the international community and make our region an example in the response to mixed migration flows. I express my deep thanks to the countries, to the government of Chile for their commitment so as to ensure that the voices of women from civil society, from diaspora, be heard in all the previous consultative stages. Thank you. Thanks to a virtual consultation and meeting led by women, recommendations, essential recommendations were made for the action plan of Chile. All these spaces brought together representatives of organizations from 15 countries, coinciding in the need of strengthening public policies with gender perspective in order to prevent and respond to gender violence, improve the laws that see to the needs of persons under mobility, and guarantee labor mixed conditions and decent conditions, and collaborate with the private sector. The feminization of human mobility is evident phenomenon. According to the regional profile of gender equality for Latin America and the Caribbean, published on March 8 of this year, women are 51.3% of the international migrants in the region, whilst they represent 46% of the population in a context of forced displacement in us. These figures not only highlight the magnitude of the phenomenon, but the specific challenges faced by women, adolescents, girls, LGBTQ+, and violence, and the lack of access to essential services. The experience of UN Women shows that the gender perspective is key to transform social, economic, and political structures in our region. Our methodology, centered in leadership, empowerment, access, and protection, serves as a basis for the work that we conduct together with the states in more than 9 countries. With our initiatives, we seek to contribute to the participation and leadership in the construction of social cohesion in the host and transit communities. Our work has equally allowed us to verify the differential challenges faced by women and girls. In the framework of the program Trayectos that we have developed with Costa Rica, Panama, and Honduras, and the generosity of the government of Japan that we begin here with the government of Chile, we've been able to observe the increased risks faced by women, girls, and young persons, and diverse gender persons before, during, and after the displacement. And also we've seen the many efforts that are implemented by the institutions of countries in order to give a response to their needs. I want to also refer to the significant progress of countries of the Caribbean in the implementation of policies and programs of inclusion, of socioeconomic inclusion, legal admission for refugees, and responses to disasters of climate change, as well as strengthening national cooperation. UN Women has accompanied these countries through the development of studies on the impact of climate change and the disaster risk on women, gender-based violence, including sexual violence, including trafficking with social exploitation, the human trafficking are some of the risks present in our region. The human trafficking in particular is a significant challenge, and this phenomenon is ever more linked to mixed migration movements. It affects in a differentiated and disproportionate manner girls and women. UN Women supports in international and intergovernmental institutions and mechanisms of the region in order to address the 4 pillars: prevention, persecution, judicialization, and protection of victims. In view of these risks, we urge for the implementation of the action plan of Cartagena to drive national and local measures to address violence that is gender-based and human trafficking. We reiterate the importance of continuing to strengthen capacities of states to provide answers to differentiated needs of women and girls. We urge states to strengthen implementation through robust information and gender-sensitive systems, goals and mechanisms of specific evaluation, resource allocation, and significant participation, as we've seen today, of organizations of women, of civil society, and diaspora. Likewise, we believe that implementation should be aligned with the recommendations of the Committee for Elimination of Discrimination of Women, CEDAW, addressing the situation of women from the cause of origin for the forced displacement until their equal participation in decision-making. In UN Women, we reaffirm our commitment to work with and for women, girls, and young girls in mixed migration, integrating this in crucial events of next year, 30th anniversary of the Declaration and Platform of Beijing, the celebration of the 25th anniversary of 375 resolution of the Security Council on Women, Peace and Security, and the Regional Conference number 16 on Women that will be held in Mexico next year in August. And the subject will be necessary transformations to build a society of care and driving gender equality. We appreciate the work of the Secretariat and of our sister agency, UNHCR, and we commit with all the system of the UN to collaborate and advise and closely collaborate in the implementation of the action plan of Chile, thus reaffirming asylum and solidarity, and especially women protection. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maria Noel, for your valuable contribution of UN Women, putting women and refugee women at the core of your doings. This goes in line with the Declaration and Action Plan, where gender-based approach and intercultural issues are also in the core. I would also like to ask the following panelists to respect your time so we can conclude by the time that we had planned. I would now like to give the floor to the Director on Diversity, Equality, Inclusion, Talent, and Culture of ACNUR, Mrs. Laís Sousa, to share her perspective from the private sector, how it can help in the implementation of the action plan of Chile. Good morning. I would like to thank for the invitation of the Foreign Affairs Ministry of Chile and UNHCR to contribute to this process. I would like to congratulate the government of Chile for their leadership in such an important project for the region. I would like to greet representatives from government, from civil society, the private sector, and the academia. I will offer my contributions from the point of view of private initiatives, and I will talk specifically from the tourism sector's point of view, where ACNUR, a French multinational company, is one of the greatest representatives in Latin America and has federations in all countries. We believe that our businesses need to start with a responsible vision with the objective of returning society to society and the environment and increase the level of sustainable accommodation sector. We have more than 20 years adhering to the Global Compact, among other forums and partnerships. And in Brazil, we have the greatest presence in the American region. We have the honor of being part of a fora group that always hires refugees. The initiative of the UN Global Compact that has more than 20 companies and organizations to support the inclusion of refugees in the labor market, together with the companies of this forum, we receive more than 12,000 refugees in Brazil, but we do not leave aside the fact that despite the efforts of Latin American states, its governments, and other institutional organizations, we still live the reality of inequality that needs the private sector to overcome it. We have made contact with UNHCR in Brazil in 2022, and we started working so that our hotels could include refugees and connect them with labor opportunities. We have trained our leaders, and together with UNHCR and UN Women, we have created a guideline of best practices to hire migrants and refugees. In our hotels, we have a training model that is divided with theoretical representations of the accommodation sector, the routines of departments such as governance, food, and drinks. And we also support the creation of CVs. And afterwards, they have a practical experience accompanying someone from the hotel in doing their tasks. We finally provide them with a certificate, and we invite the people to participate in the recruitment processes that we have. This year, we have signed an association with a hotel school, and we offer courses for serving for free. And many migrants have participated in this course, and 75 people have been trained in hospitality tasks in 2024. That is how we support them to use the certificate so they can work in other sectors, departments, and services. Hospitality has to do with people, and we must receive all people, accept their differences, and promote an inclusion culture. Our group has a long-standing commitment in terms of equality and opportunities for all. Job offerings for refugees is vital for them to reconstruct their lives, and the private sector therefore has all the conditions to make a contribution in that sense. We are glad to celebrate the inclusion of more than 200 refugees in our hotels since 2023 and 2024. This is something that has to do with the brands that we manage, 50% of the hotel's network in Brazil. I would also like to highlight the fact that we have a representation of refugee collaborators from different nationalities, where most are from Venezuela, Angola, and Haiti. This forum has encouraged companies such as ACNUR to be an active participant in debates, and it has promoted events to discuss the commitment of the private sector in the region, sharing best practices of inclusion for refugees. We believe that a Latin American platform to share experiences and initiatives would be very useful to advance in these initiatives also in other countries. As a mobilizing company, we're proud through an example to encourage other companies in the sector to develop similar practices. We are willing to make our hospitality activity to become a social mobility example. ACNUR was one of the Brazilian companies that formalized this commitment with a global compact on refugees in December. Our goals are to provide until 2027 training and hospitality for 700 migrants or refugees and offer positions for 280 people. That's how we reinforce our desire to create opportunities for all people to learn, grow professionally, and improve their living conditions. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mrs. Laís Souza, for your intervention, your valuable contribution from the private sector. Now I would like to give the floor to the mayor of the commune of Estación Central, Mr. Felipe Muñoz Vallejo, to talk representing the local governments and authorities of the region. Good morning to all of you. The local governments daily face situations and real conflicts. Many times we do not have the attributions to provide a satisfactory response. We have data of mobility in the region, numbers on refugees, and forced mobility. We have abstractions regarding what happens with the people that migrate, but institutions to which we relate directly in the territory, such as municipalities in Chile, find them face to face beyond any numbers. We see co-living problems that only deepen xenophobia and makes it difficult to advance through public opinion with policies that can allow to address the problem. We have challenges to solve problems, but without any immediate tools to solve these high complexity issues, neither the necessary resources to establish integration policies that can promote deeper solutions. I am currently the mayor of the second commune with the highest migration rate in Chile. It is called Central Station, and it has many of the stations of the country. We duplicated the number of inhabitants in a couple of years due to new real estate projects and deprivation, and we have the citizens living in an area that was designed to host less people. This leads to undesired events that damage the coexistence of migrants and citizens that live there. It is vital to advance injustice, reduce equality, discrimination, and the delegitimation through local policies that distribute resources more equally, that acknowledge cultural differences with support in migratory regularization, and that represent different communities through citizens' participation. The actions that we undertake are in this line, but not as strongly as the new times and Cartagena+40 will require to protect migrants and refugees. We invite you to be more courageous for the political actors that have in their hands the lives of many people. Superficial measures will never allow us to make deep transformations. Protecting human rights requires courage to sustain this in the public debate. Courage and clarity to tell people the reality of migrants and refugees, and also a long-term view to invest in measures that can create structural changes, such as public education, culture, public spaces, or sports, that will allow to grow in inclusion for everyone, reducing frictions and living and advancing in integration policies. For instance, thinking about the positive aspects of regularizing those people that are in need in Chile that do not have any negative backgrounds. But for all that, people from Venezuela with special protection due to forced displacement due to humanitarian reasons will stop disputing public spaces to work in informal commerce and go to formal jobs to contribute to our country and to relate in a better way with a host community that isn't provided with the proper conditions for good living. We value initiatives such as Solidarity Cities program to protect, because protecting human rights requires several actors articulating in the territories. We highlight the fact that the Chile Action Plan includes socioeconomic policies promoting the protection of refugees and that supports civil society, the private sector, and other stakeholders. I would like to thank you for inviting us to talk about our reality and for those that advocate for the protection of human rights of migrants, displaced persons, and host communities. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mayor, for your intervention and the important contribution of local actors whose role, as we know, is vital to achieve a strong integration and social cohesion with host communities. To conclude, now I would like to give the floor to the chair of the National Council of Latin America and the Caribbean of the Vital Records Office, Mr. the director of the Vital Records Office of Chile. We would like to thank Madam Ambassador Claudia Fuentes for her leadership in organizing this event. We would also like to greet the High Commissioner of the United Nations for Refugees, Mr. Filippo Grandi, and also Mr. Jose Samaniego, Director of the Regional Bureau of the Americas for UNHCR, with whom we work together, and the representatives of the states of Latin America and the Caribbean that participate in the Cartagena+40 process, regional representatives, representatives from civil society, organizations, academia, and refugee organizations. Please receive the cordial greetings of the Vital Office Records, Office of Vital Records of Latin America and the Caribbean. We have 21 state organizations with us. I would like to point out the challenges of this context where displacements and human movements unprecedented in the region only multiply the risk and challenges for people in mobility. Among them, we can highlight the problem with birth registration, the emission or reposition of IDs or certificates, which increases the risk of these people having their rights to identity and nationality violated. In this context, we celebrate the willingness of the states of the region by including in the declaration and the action plan of Cartagena key actions in this issue, and the adoption of the declaration in the plan of Brasilia 2014 set a milestone by incorporating a chapter to the eradication of statelessness. Over the last years, we have been witnesses of important advancements, among them the subscription of more states to international conventions on the protection of statelessness, the adoption of key regional solutions, especially the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights, the implementation of legislation and administrative frameworks in line with human rights standards, the development of initiatives to improve birth records and eliminate practical barriers with special attention on human mobility and vulnerable communities, indigenous without borders. We highlight what the Northern Triangle countries have done, Guatemala, Salvador, and Honduras, which subscribed an MOU between the organizations of Office of Vital Records that developed the PUICA OAS project, promotion and access to identity in the Northern Central American Triangle. Due to this, documentation campaigns have taken place in 45 border municipalities, an auxiliary Office of Civil Records office in the borders, also the proper registration and the reduction of birth registration. Also, a beginning of an information exchange program among countries. Progress in the renegotiation of binational agreements to improve identification processes and documentations in borders, such as Chiriticos Costa Rica-Panama project that facilitated the birth registration of indigenous communities and borders. Also, protection of stateless persons through the implementation of procedures. Chile is a good example of this. In 2014, the interpretation of the concept of moving foreigner was changed, restricting it to tourists and members of crews. This allowed to include the children of irregular migrants as Chileans, and those registered before the interpretation change can be rectified administratively through this new criteria. The adoption of the Declaration and the Action Plan of Santiago is an invaluable opportunity to strengthen and deepen the efforts towards preventing and eradicating statelessness, highlighting the central role of the Office of Vital Records in this task. The registration of birth certificates is vital to guarantee the right to a citizenship and nationality, which is vital to combat statelessness. Although the region has reached significant advancements in birth records, there are still important challenges to achieve our goals. In this context, the adoption of the declaration and the action plan represent a regional call to intensify efforts to strengthen and promote Office of Vital Records and the population in all the entire region so that people can have full access to the fundamental right to identity. We would like to highlight some of the key actions included in the Cartagena+40 programs, with which we renewed our commitment to continue working with the states and key stakeholders of the region. First, homologate the registration process with international standards and facilitate the access to the Office of Vital Records, especially for birth registration, including late registrations, flexibilize criteria, requirements, and evaluate the apostille requirements for mothers and fathers, also address other administrative obstacles and use technologies through key actions with mobile registration, digitization of procedures, and remote access. Second, strengthen consular networks and expand its competencies for the issuance of documents and birth registrations to provide access to people in transit. Also, the naturalization of stateless people. Fourth, validation of regional documents, promoting an agile and direct exchange. Also continue promoting binational programs or multilateral programs in borders for indigenous communities, people in transit, and guarantee regulations in that respect. Finally, create information and awareness campaigns on the importance of the birth universal registration, especially for children at risk and adolescents as well. By concluding, I would like to say that we are doubling our efforts to involve all key stakeholders, and from Glacier OAS, we have defined that in 2025 we will coordinate a great campaign that we have called the Office of Vital Records Week, where united all countries in the Americas will conduct different information and on-site activities to convert our culture in registration, a permanent practice in the region. I would like to highlight the success of this action and the efforts to align the key components of the action plan of Santiago with the objectives of the Global Alliance to Combat Statelessness, launched by the High Commissioner in Geneva in October. Glacier, as one of the first members of the Global Compact, reaffirms its commitment to collaborate with member states and other key stakeholders to guarantee the synergy and complementarity of this process. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Omar Morales, for your very valuable contribution and contribution of Glacier in our path to the elimination of statelessness. We close with this and with the different actors whose role has been key in this process of Cartagena. You're all invited to a very brief coffee, only 10 minutes, and then we'll continue. Thank you. No.
Ya, yo te paso. Vamos a dar inicio entonces.
So we will begin the next segment of our agenda. Thank you. The central topic is follow-up mechanism and support to the action plan of Chile. This will be chaired by Ambassador Tomás Pascual to my side, who is Director of the Division of Human Rights of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Chile. And he is going to take the chair for the next panel meeting. Thank you. Thank you, Ambassador Fuentes. I greet each and every one of you. Hopefully you will have had a great stay in our country in view of the Declaration and Plan of Action of Chile, which introduces a significant innovation in the Cartagena process, the creation of a follow-up mechanism that will serve as an important tool to support the implementation of its programs and actions, highlighting here the collaboration of private, public, and financial sectors. As I have mentioned, the mechanism will only be effective if we include an approach of all society and all stakeholders participate. When we think of the three axes, three pillars that would be the main feature of the Chile Plan of Action and Declaration, we included value added, and that is that much of what we've worked this year is in the way that we may follow up, monitor, and provide continuity to these commitments. So I thank the countries and the delegates of permanent missions in Geneva that after 11 negotiation meetings were able to reach a consensus on the text, maintaining the spirit of Cartagena, based on principles of shared responsibility, solidarity, and collaboration. I thank all of you present, and especially Organization of Refugees, that as we have heard before, they played a role in this process. Hopefully that which was an exception will become the rule, because what we do here is precisely dedicated to those persons represented by those organizations. The follow-up mechanism and coordination for the implementation of the Chile Action Plan is a collective result of all the actors who were present in the consultations of Mexico, Brazil, and Colombia, and whose objective is to contribute to the solution of refugees, displaced, and stateless persons, representing the Cartagena commitment. We assume this commitment reflecting on how to guarantee for the action plan not to be a good intention document. It is, but not only a document of good intentions, but to become a living document with an effective impact in the protection and solutions for the persons that we have committed to protect. That is why the mechanism emerges in a functional and pragmatic space. Functional and pragmatic for countries to be able to carry out all the actions designed with the organized support of all the actors of society, with a special role of the High Commissioner of the UN for Refugees, and the plan of action is in full harmony with the declaration. And this office has been the guardian of the Cartagena process. Chile will assume the leadership for the next decade with the support of a voluntary rotational vice chair. And there will be a technical secretariat. The success of this plan will depend on the capacity of involving all the players here present whose participation is indispensable for concrete and effective results. The mechanism will have three initiatives focused in the private sector, international cooperation, and host communities. Firstly, the creation of a regional network of solidarity networks following the models that have operated at this scale, and that economic inclusion facilitating incorporation to the formal labor market and promoting thus local development and integration. It was remarkable to see how in the consultation processes we evidence that the role of the private sector and possibilities they provide finally operate as a true protection mechanism for the persons that need international protection. In second place, strengthening a program created from the Plan of Action of Mexico. Cartagena+40 does not invent the wheel, takes all those elements that come since inception. The program of Solidarian Cities coordinatedly worked by local communities and other strategies to guarantee a sustainable and integral response. The mayor of Estación Central referred to that specifically. And finally, the creation of a support platform inspired in the World Compact on Refugees to mobilize technical, financial, and material resources to facilitate the implementation of the plan of action. The participation of civil society and academia. We've heard them a while ago about the plan of action of Brazil and of Chile. Also, those entities are invited, as well as the organizations of refugees, displaced, and stateless persons are invited to establish an autonomous network with common input, providing progress and advances. The plan appeals to the need of strengthening cooperation among the bodies of the UN system, Inter-American system, UNHCR, so as to provide more effective support to those persons in need of international protection. Now, a shared concern by states is the need to guarantee the plan not to become a new space duplicating efforts. This is something we've heard frequently. There are sufficient regional mechanisms, enough regional meetings. I'm not going to say that we waste time. No, it's not. But we allocate a lot of time to those meetings. And so Cartagena+40 doesn't want to be one additional space on which to allocate more time, but rather to capitalize precisely that we already do in other spaces. It's essential for implementation to represent an additional and efficient contribution. We are mindful of that, and during this 10 years, hopefully, the action plan will respond to that rationale. And then finally, the Chile action plan is a space to reinforce regional implementation of the World Compact on Refugees. This is a regional pledge where pledges, national ones are integrated in this regional one. Also linking with other global initiatives like Global Alliance to put an end to statelessness, and thus making use of synergies. And the follow-up mechanism we present today is not an end in itself, but a tool to guarantee that acquired commitments will translate into tangible results, a functional and pragmatic space. And for that, we appeal to the active collaboration of all of you here present. The Cartagena+40 process has granted us this transformative process. In Chile, we renew our commitment with the plan, trusting that with the support of each and every one of you will materialize the principles that have guided the process for 4 decades. Thank you. I should have spoken at the end, in fact, as I'm chairing this panel, but now we'll give the floor to the private sector, the Manager of Strategic Communications, MABE Mexico, Mr. Hector Lira. You have the floor, Hector. Thank you, Ambassador. It is for me an honor to address you on behalf not only of MABE, but the private sector of Mexico and Latin America. I would like to thank the invitation of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Chile and the High Commissioner's Office of the UN for Refugees in Mexico, ACNUR. to share our experience and the testimony of collective commitment we, public and private systems, share in order to promote resilience, inclusion, and prosperity vis-a-vis large global challenges that we are facing in these times. Before continuing with my speech on behalf, I would like to give name and voice to refugees that we are here representing. Maria is a woman that went from Central America to Mexico and treaded a long, sinuous path and lost one of her children after a long time and many obstacles. Started to work with us. She has developed, she has grown in the organization. And in one of the visits that the UNHCR team paid to our plant said, what was the most difficult thing in this adaptation process? And her answer not only made us think about the value of resilience, but what she said, what's most difficult of that path was to adapt to the Mexican food because we put chili, red pepper to everything. Jose started to work with us in Nave, and 2 months after, he asked for a loan. He wanted to buy a car. And so we asked him, don't you like public transportation? Is there a problem? And he said, no. I work only one shift, and I want to work as Uber in the afternoons. Today, Jose has 2 additional cars and has become a key part, not only for our company, but for the social fabric in the society where he is. Now with name, Jose and Maria, and thus this message is for them, refugees. In Mexico, we live a key moment in our history. We are positioned as a strategic axis in global economy thanks to the famous of nearshoring trend. This phenomenon has driven several advantages. It has been promoted due to the TMEC, a free trade agreement with US and Canada, and it has promoted collaboration not only as a neighbor, but our extensive network of trade agreements opens opportunities for the growth of innovation and investment. In view of this landscape, there is a unique opportunity for refugees. The economic conditions of Mexico offer fertile land for those who are seeking to rebuild their lives in a way to thrive in a shared manner with us. We recognize the enormous value in our organization contributed by diversity and fresh perspective of refugees to our labor force. Their resilience, talent, and determination enrich our corporate culture and improve the competitiveness in our organization. In our experience, we have understood that to employ refugees generates substantial benefits. Not only do we see very low turnover rates, but also has a positive impact in all of our labor force. They value profoundly this second opportunity given to them, and that for them as well as their families becomes an opportunity to be an example of full commitment and tenaciousness. The dedication of refugees not only is admirable, it is contagious. It has encouraged many of the colleagues to build motivated teams. In MAVE, we work jointly with UNHCR and government agencies so as to guarantee that refugees can become full-fledged members in communities we are serving, when giving them access to loans for housing, schools, and other basic needs, not only to their social fabric, but they become neighbors and friends of these societies. Our commitment with inclusion goes beyond employment. It's a matter of integration, empowerment, creating roads for refugees not only to participate, but to thrive, become prosperous in our society. We live unique times, and just like nearshoring in the next months, we anticipate a change in migrational trends in the Northern Cone. Although there is a great opportunity today from the economic perspective, there will be major challenges. We are reimagining how we build our labor force. We are tending bridges where there were walls before, and we want to show the world that the economic growth, humanitarian principles not only can coexist, but can flourish together. Our geographic position has been for years strategic, economically speaking. Thus, we have the responsibility of leveraging these advantages, not only for our benefit, but for the well-being of humanity. History of Mexico in the 21st century will be an innovation of resilience, and refugees will play a key role in this narrative. We have been pioneers of this program 2017 when we began with the UNHCR and government of Mexico to participate and build this program. Today, more than 600 companies participate in this initiative. Our program, our initiative, not only are we part of the movement, but we advocate for them, and we invite you to reflect about the role played by public and private sectors in this moving shared endeavor. We all play a key role, and governments need to continue supporting administrative challenges, allowing refugees to become integrated parts of these programs. We companies need to keep on adding to the cause. The number of refugees grows not only in Mexico, but in the whole world. And the UNHCR needs to continue being that link, that key player that helps us all and helps us to be better. I invite you to collaborate, to innovate, and to relentlessly work for a future where all, regardless of origin, can share prosperity that our nations can offer. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias al
Thank you very much to the representative of MABE Mexico, Hector Lira, and his valuable contribution for the integration of refugees, talking about Maria and the gentleman that worked on Uber and that Hector mentioned, and for providing us an approach on the cooperation of the private sector in states to promote economic development. Now I would like to invite the Director of Social Development of Latin America and the Caribbean of the World Bank, Mr. David Warren. Good morning to all of you. I will speak in Spanish, if you allow me.
America and the Caribbean, Carlos Felipe Jaramillo, I extend a special greeting to the High Commissioner for Refugees, Mr. Filippo Grandi, to the Chilean government authorities, representatives of countries taking part in the Cartagena+40 process, colleagues from the United Nations and other international agencies, civil society organizations, and other participants. As the UN High Commissioner for Refugees, Mr. Filippo Grandi, noted yesterday, in a world that faces growing conflicts and challenges, regional efforts such as the Cartagena+40 process and the Chile Action Plan are inspiring. These efforts demonstrate that responding to displacement situations differently is not only possible, but fruitful, and that it is possible to protect refugees, migrants, and stateless people while creating development opportunities for all. We in the World Bank are committed and honored to serve forcibly displaced people and to try to help communities, be they origin, transit, or host, in Latin America, working hand in hand with UNHCR and other partners. Today, the World Bank has a stronger mandate than ever to continue doing so. Recently, a new corporate scorecard was approved by the World Bank's Board of Directors to gauge how we deliver on our mission to end extreme poverty and boost shared prosperity on a livable planet. At the heart of this scorecard are 22 results indicators, and one of these focuses specifically on the number of displaced people and people in host communities who receive services and livelihoods under the operations we support. Latin America and the Caribbean accounts for 28% of all displaced and host people globally, so substantial investments in our region will be a vital part of achieving this result. The region has three conditions that make our collective actions critical: First, this is the region with the greatest scale of human mobility, with 41 million people living in a country other than the one in which they were born, and more than half of these considered by UNHCR to be in need of international protection. Second, the region includes the country with the second highest number of IDPs, Colombia, where 7 million people have been forced to flee their homes due to conflict. And third, 42% of all asylum applications globally come from nationals of the region. These numbers are likely to increase due to fragility, conflict, and violence, which are growing challenges in the region, and due to climate change, which is expected to displace an additional 17 million people by 2050. For this reason, over the past 6 years, the World Bank has invested nearly $4 billion in projects that address the needs of displaced people in host countries. But we need stronger collaboration between the public and private sectors to make this more sustainable. Latin America and the Caribbean receives only a fraction of the resources for humanitarian and developmental responses that are allocated to other displacement situations. Yet the returns on investment are higher than in other regions. In Colombia, for every peso invested in inclusion, 2 return in economic growth. Returns on investment are also high in Chile, where refugees and migrants, despite their vulnerability, have already added about $400 to the country's GDP per capita, contributed to the creation of employment for all, and paid in taxes more than what they receive in services, generating fiscal revenue. With regularization and integration measures like the ones mentioned by Chile yesterday, benefiting over 188,000 people, these economic gains multiply as better inclusion of refugees and migrants contributes to growth. In line with our new strategy for human mobility, which was approved by the World Bank last June, and the Chile Action Plan, as well as other regional processes, such as the Los Angeles Declaration and the Quito process, we are committed to advance the following key initiatives: the design of a regional blended finance mechanism to co-invest in the management of the region's migration alongside other multilaterals, agencies, philanthropies, and other stakeholders to create public-private solutions to market failures that limit the inclusion of displaced people in key markets. The launch of the Latin America chapter of the Private Sector for Refugees, or PS4R, program, which targets value chains with high potential for inclusion of displaced populations, promoting their socioeconomic integration as employees, suppliers, and service providers in promising sectors that dynamize local economies. And third, the continued support for the formulation of climate action plans, including locally led actions and protocols for disaster-driven displacement, following the protection principles considered in the Chile Action Plan. We are pleased to be partnering with several national governments and other organizations that have expressed significant interest in taking part in these initiatives. One of these is our sister organization, the IFC, with whom we have here in Chile one of the first joint World Bank offices, and with whom we are advancing the technical design and definition of priority value chains in key countries. These efforts complement our ongoing investments to support regularization, institutional strengthening, access to services and markets, and social inclusion. Such support is important to reduce misperceptions and curb xenophobic sentiments, which undermine the adoption of win-win policies that transform displacement challenges into development opportunities. I would like to end with a final thought, and that is that human mobility is not good or bad per se. Its impacts depend on how these situations are managed, and managing them entails the implementation of solutions such as addressing root causes, integrating those who have been displaced, and supporting host communities. And finally, change is a function not only of institutions, but of people. So on a personal note, I'm proud to count as part of my team 2 colleagues who are devoted to this agenda, Paula Rosiasco, who's here with me, and Ana Aguilera. Paula and Ana are well known by many of you, and they continue to be leaders in the World Bank, pushing us to do more, and they will continue working closely with your governments and agencies to support the delivery of the plan adopted today. We look forward to advancing these initiatives, working closely with countries, partners, and other stakeholders in the region, and in alignment with the Cartagena+40 process to create sustainable, impactful solutions for Latin America's displacement management and development challenges. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. I should have said David, not David, but it doesn't matter. It works anyways. and for the announcements made in cooperation with the World Bank in this and in other processes that are ongoing as well. I would like to give the floor to the Ambassador of the European Union in Chile, Mrs. Claudia Ginsterdorfen. Ambassador, please, the floor is yours. Thank you very much, Thomas. Good morning to all of you. It is an honor for me to be representing the European Union in such an important event, and that discusses a topic where I believe that Latin America, the Caribbean, and the European Union have a lot to share because we're facing similar challenges. The Latin American, the Caribbean region is facing several complex emergencies, such as the internal and regional humanitarian impact of the crisis in Venezuela, the humanitarian consequences of non-international armed conflicts in Colombia, a multidimensional crisis in Haiti, and the increase of generalized violence in Central America, Mexico, Ecuador, and other countries of the region. Also, food insecurity and multidimensional poverty aggravate humanitarian crises in the region, creating even more instability, unrest, and displacements. Latin America and the Caribbean are also exposed to natural risks whose frequency and intensity increase due to climate change. With almost 75% of its inhabitants living in high-risk areas, Latin America and the Caribbean is the second most with the highest rate of disasters in the world, facing several challenges and dangers from eruptions, floods, and droughts. And as the Cartagena+40 Declaration says, these adverse effects of climate change and disasters are aggravating the multiple causes of displacement because they have a humanitarian impact that affects unequally and disproportionately to Latin America and the Caribbean. With a quick glimpse of the panorama of the European Union shows that our region faces similar events with more frequent and severe climate effects due to climate change. The recognition of these common challenges, together with the opportunity for both regions of sharing experiences and mutually learn from each other, led to the idea of an MOU between the European Union, Latin America, and the Caribbean on the integrated management of disaster risk that was signed last year in the USLAC summit in July 2023. This MOU that was signed by 4 intergovernmental organizations, apart from 3 individual countries, Chile, Cuba, and Mexico, was signed in Barbados, in the occasion of highlighting the unique challenges that small island developing states are facing that are in the forefront of climate change and that are direct witnesses of the increase in sea levels, global warming, and acidification of oceans, apart from the resulting climate consequences. This MOU provides an important framework for political dialogue, exchange of knowledge, and the development of capacities. The implementation of the MOU has already started with regional training in this region on emergency risk management, Copernicus, and several regional events that include areas for discussion. And to go back to the main topic of this conference, there has been a strong increase, specifically from 2021, of mixed mobility flows towards North America. 23 million people have been forced to flee from their homes. In 2023, more than 520,000 people, mostly Venezuelans, Haitians, Colombians, and Ecuadorians, moved through the dangerous Darien Gap in the border of Colombia and Panama, an increase of 52% compared to 2022 and 95% compared to 2019, the last pre-pandemic situation. In this context, the European Union considers very relevant the guiding principles of the Cartagena processes, including the need of a continuous evaluation of the situation and the dynamic of displacements, the need of adaptability and innovation and operational responses through a coordinated and collaborative approach to face the challenges of human mobility. Cartagena+40 must renew the commitments of the states of the regions, international organizations, civil society, the academia, and the private sector with a spirit of solidarity, international cooperation, and shared responsibility. From the point of view of Europe, what calls the attention in Latin America and the Caribbean is this tradition of solidarity amongst countries and citizens with refugees and displaced persons. In this context, what the new plan of action of Cartagena+40 seeks is very important to highlight the regionalization of best practices and the consolidation of regional and international standards. Another key element is the inclusive character of this process and the importance of a good and efficient cooperation among the different stakeholders, including states, UN organizations, NGOs, civil society, and the private sector. In that line, the European Union has been and will continue being committed to guaranteeing the protection of any person that needs to abandon their community due to violence, persecution, or desperation. Humanitarian aid from the European Union in Latin America and the Caribbean region for 2024 has reached 184 million euros. And from this amount, more than 30% has been allocated to the protection of people whose protection is to prevent and avoid forced displacement in origin, transit, or final destination countries. Looking for durable solutions for many women, men, and children that have been forced to flee starts through legal provisions and the access of basic utilities. The European Union has supported partners from all the region to guarantee that people can access regularization processes or help them in their process to having a legal stay. We have also provided legal information projects and support to especially vulnerable cases in all countries. These humanitarian efforts are complemented with other more structural nature through development programs in the European Union that support asylum systems, long-lasting solutions, and the integration of displaced people in host communities. The European Union fully appreciates the considerable efforts made by Latin American countries to receive and integrate in their societies the large number of migrants present in the region, either Venezuelans in Colombia or people from Nicaragua and Costa Rica, just to give you two examples. And the European Union supports those efforts through a series of programs, among others in the following areas: access to sanitary services and dignified employment or decent employment for refugees in Costa Rica, socioeconomic integration of Venezuelan refugees in Colombia, the access to sanitary services for refugees in Peru, and the access to decent labor for displaced populations in Mexico. Also, over the next months, we will have two actions funded by the European Union. One to support socioeconomic integrations of Nicaraguan refugees in Costa Rica, and a new global action that will provide support to reinforce asylum systems and address statelessness, including the support in one country of Latin America and the Caribbean. If you allow me, I would just like to say one word about the situation in the European Union, which is particularly sensitive to this topic, the experience and the challenge that we're facing in the context of the Russian invasion to Ukraine in terms of the support of Ukrainian refugees in Europe. The estimated number of active registrations for temporary protection in Norway, Iceland, and Switzerland, according to the latest data of the Temporary Protection Platform, is 4.5 million Ukrainian refugees, out of which 4.4 million are in the member states of the European Union. The member states showed an unprecedented solidarity by hosting those that flee away from the war in Ukraine. However, prolonged displacement has imposed important pressure for member states that are now facing several challenges due to the large number of beneficiaries of temporary protection. The main challenges are related to housing, education, and integration in the labor market. Regarding hosting, one of the most active lines of work is the provision of future arrivals. Contingency plans and preparation measures are debated periodically with member states, including the periodical updates of hypotheses on possible migratory movements towards the European Union. And although the ability of having proper hosting in the long term is reaching its limit in the member states, those member states in the forefront are well prepared to provide short-term housing for the newly arrived if the energy situation or military situations make it necessary. The future of temporary protection is still important, also considering the volatile situation in Ukraine. And the last extension until March 2026 gives us more time to explore and make a transition towards alternative solutions, avoiding at the same time a risk of overloading national asylum systems. On the other hand, Ukraine wants to bring back its human capital, and we acknowledge the importance of creating favorable conditions for Ukrainians that wish to go back to their countries, including employment opportunities, help for housing, and access to vital services. We are currently working together with other departments of the European Commission to see how we could support those that want to return home on a voluntary basis with full knowledge of the cause and support Ukraine in its reconstruction efforts. Our experiences show once again that political problems cannot have humanitarian solutions. We cannot help all those in need. We're worried about long-term ramifications. For instance, that entire generations are left without educations, or to increase the number of stateless people because the inscription of the registration of birth of all children is not guaranteed in the entire region. And that's why the European Union advocates for the principles of Cartagena that defends the principles of asylum and regional stay, and renounces to complex legal procedures to guarantee that children can have a valid birth certificate. The experience of some countries in the region, such as Brazil and Mexico, has also demonstrated that a solid commitment with the private sector can lead to positive change, a greater integration, and the possibility of long-lasting solutions. Although they're not competence of humanitarian aid, we advocate for humanitarian issues to be included in these considerations as issues for humanitarian workers, such as legal stay, in the regional debates on the support from the private sector. And with that, I would like to thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much to the Ambassador of the European Union in Chile. And finally, I would like to give 6 minutes to Lindsay Dickett, Senior Advisor of the State Department of the United States. The floor is yours.
Estimados colegas,
Thank you, Ambassador. Dear colleagues, it's an honor to be here with you in this very important event. I would like to acknowledge the government of Chile and UNCHR and its leadership in the process of Cartagena+40, conducting successful regional consultations on critical topics that defend human mobility in our hemisphere, protection, lasting solutions, and displacements caused by climate change and disasters. Also, I would like to acknowledge the governments of Brazil, Mexico, and Costa Rica for your leadership in ensuring the progress of the Cartagena process in the last 3 decades. And when celebrating 40 years of the Cartagena Declaration, the United States congratulates the governments of Latin America and the Caribbean that have incorporated all the principles of the declaration in your laws and national legislation. As you have noted, our hemisphere is a model of shared regional responsibility. Although the United States is not a signatory of the Cartagena Declaration, we do recognize the lasting importance of this framework for the protection of the refugees, displaced, and stateless persons in all of the region, and as a concrete contribution to the World Compact on Refugees. Guided by the principles of the Declaration of Los Angeles on Protection and Migration, the United States is committed to strengthen the international protection frameworks and aspires to work together with the Cartagena+40 process. With this, I highlight some of our efforts already underway that support the objectives, goals, and lines of action prioritized by the process. Violence, persecution, insecurity, economic opportunity, family reunion, and the impacts of climate change and environmental disasters. All of these are some of the diverse reasons contributing to historical levels of human mobility globally and in our hemisphere. Bearing in mind these needs and different circumstances, Secretary Blinken announced during the ministerial meeting of Los Angeles Declaration in September more than $686 million in new humanitarian assistance for economic development and security so as to support the partner countries of Latin America and the Caribbean so as to respond to the urgent humanitarian needs to improve protection for refugees, immigrants, and to strengthen the humanitarian management of our borders and to facilitate the regularization and integration of migrants and refugees in the region. A large part of this assistance is supported by efforts to strengthen protection, either in formal asylum systems, civil registration or records, or other reforms in order to provide legal documents to the asylum seekers, refugees, honorable migrants, and stateless persons. The United States congratulates the partner countries that promote all these efforts: Belize, Brazil, Colombia, Costa Rica, Mexico, Peru, and Uruguay. All these efforts respect human rights, prevent return, exploitation, and abuse, and do create opportunities for refugees and host communities to thrive together. Also, in addition to our assistance, the United States has led the largest expansion for decades of regular paths to help migrants and other displaced persons in the hemisphere through the initiative of Safe Mobility in collaboration with Colombia, Costa Rica, Guatemala, and Ecuador. The United States has facilitated unprecedented levels of processing of refugees for resettlement through and has provided some key resources on labor opportunities, integration, regularization, and also it has helped migrants to remain safe in the places where they are. After these efforts in the fiscal year of 2024, more than 25,000 refugees of Latin America and the Caribbean entered in a safe way to the US and other countries. In order to respond to the complex intersection of climate change, environmental disasters, and human mobility, the United States signed the Declaration of Humanitarian Aid Donors on Climate and Environment, and also joined the group of the platform for PDD platform. Also, in recent years, the U.S. has provided $2 million to the Trust Fund of Multiple Partners for Migration of the UN for climate action projects, and another $1 million to the Innovation Fund for Climate and Environmental Action of UNHCR. And they also conduct some of these projects in the region. And through those mechanisms and efforts related, the United States has supported solutions, local solutions for immigrants vulnerable and affected by climate, displaced and host communities in all of this region in our efforts to prevent and mitigate displacements and to improve resilience before complex disasters caused by persons and natural disasters. We need to promote the inclusion of migrant and displaced refugees. We know that the monetary and development assistance on its own cannot succeed alone. The United States is creatively thinking of how to attract new actors, new resources for solutions. Recently, United States joined the Initiative of Investment in Humanitarian Resilience of the World Economic Forum so as to take private sector investment to border areas and host reception areas in order to give to collect 10 billion worldwide in order to mobilize 1,000 companies for the year 2030, including efforts in the Western Hemisphere. To conclude, I would like to call the attention on the Cartagena spirit that UNHCR defines as a collective and humanitarian commitment for comprehensive protection and seeking lasting solutions for refugees and stateless persons in Latin America and the Caribbean. It is an important reminder of the centrality of the value of collective efforts among governments, international organizations, civil society, refugees, stateless persons, and other actors. The United States is proud of working together with all of you in order to support the collective efforts of Cartagena and the Santiago Action Plan in the next decade. Thank you very much. Thank you, the representative of State Department. And with this, we finish our panel meeting on the mechanism of implementation. And now our last activity, and we have the authorities that will then proceed to the closing of our ministerial event. So Ambassador Fuentes, I give back the floor to you. Thank you very much. I would like to invite once again the choir of the Foundation Music for Integration. As I was saying before, this choir is made up by displaced and refugee persons, and they will present one song that is called For War, Nothing. Thank you very much for being here.
Para el viento una cometa, para el lienzo un pincel, para la siesta para el silencio una palabra, para la oreja un caracol, un columpio para la infancia, y a hoy por Dios.
Para la vida una canción, para la guerra y la para la guerra
Para el viento un ringlete, para el olvido un papel, para amarte un café, para abrigarte una cana y una vela para esperar, un trompo para la infancia, una cuerda para la y barquitos de papel, un buen bote para el invierno, para el barco un timonel, para la guerra nada, para la guerra nada, para la
Muchísimas gracias nuevamente al coro de la Fundación Música para la Integración. Nos deleitan y nos maravillan y nos alegran. Muchísimas gracias. A continuación, nuestro siguiente segmento lo hemos denominado Voces de Cartagena+40, que ayudan a dar vida y sentido a este proceso. Este segmento reúne a dos personas que han dedicado su labor a transformar los principios de la Declaración de Cartagena en acciones concretas que impactan vidas y que encarnan los valores de este proceso. En primer lugar, la hermana Rosita Milesi, ganadora del premio Nansen, que es una autoridad nacional clave y asesora en temas de refugiados, que durante los últimos 25 años ha dirigido el Instituto de Migración y Derechos Humanos, ayudando a personas refugiadas y migrantes de todo el mundo a acceder a documentación, asistencia y empleo formal en Brasil. En segundo lugar, el señor Javier Castellanos, subsecretario general de la Federación Internacional de la Cruz Roja y de la Media Luna Roja, cuya experiencia global y regional nos invitará a reflexionar sobre el poder de la humanidad en acción, desde la asistencia en crisis hasta la construcción de soluciones sostenibles. Tengo el placer entonces de invitar a la hermana Rosita Milesi a compartir su intervención.
Un saludo, señoras y señores. Saben ustedes que yo soy un poco preocupada cuando tengo que hablar en un público así tan selecto. La edad no siempre soluciona todos los problemas, ¿verdad? Bueno, un saludo y mi agradecimiento al Alto Comisionado de Naciones Unidas para los Refugiados, Filippo Grandi, por su apoyo y por su presencia aquí en este encuentro todo el tiempo. A Davide Torzilli, representante de la ACNUR en Brasil, a sus antecesores y a su equipo, gracias por el largo camino que hicimos juntos, camino este que me permitió ser reconocida con el premio Nansen 2024, premio que yo dedico a muchos actores porque todos y todas tienen mérito en este premio. Saludo y agradezco también a tantas personas refugiadas, a la academia, instituciones, organismos internacionales, entes gubernamentales, amigos y amigas que me han apoyado en la jornada de casi 40 años en la causa humanitaria. Un saludo especial a los y las representantes de la sociedad civil y de organizaciones de fe que están aquí representando a tantas otras. Somos organizaciones de atención directa a los refugiados, desplazados, migrantes, junto con los estados y también en donde a veces los estados no llegan. Por ello, deseamos ser aliados de los actores diversos, sobre todo los estados, para contribuir y también participar en las decisiones en la adopción de políticas públicas y medidas de atención a las personas en movilidad forzada. Téngannos como aliados. Vivimos una realidad que nos exige una reflexión profunda y un compromiso solidario conjunto, porque estoy segura que todos y todas queremos honrar la característica de que América Latina y Caribe es un espacio de acogida efectiva. Cartagena nació porque mentes valientes y creativas, al ver lo que ocurría en aquel entonces en Centroamérica, buscaron soluciones salvadoras y protectoras de la vida, dejándonos un legado que 40 años después nos sentimos felices en celebrar. Este es un motivo justo para nuestro reconocimiento y para avanzar en acciones bajo su inspiración. La Declaración de Cartagena ha motivado el avance de leyes y prácticas en los países de la región. Lo afirmó ayer también el Alto Comisionado cuando nos hablaba. Y es verdad, por ello la celebramos. Al mismo tiempo, las celebraciones son una oportunidad para recordarnos el compromiso con el contenido pleno de la declaración, tan actual que parece haber sido escrito hoy para hoy. Y al hacerlo, tenemos que reconocer que América Latina y el Caribe son también una región en donde las personas refugiadas, desplazadas, apátridas, continúan enfrentando muchos desafíos. Hay barreras que no son físicas, hay fronteras que no son geográficas, a veces son legales, culturales, sociales. Además de la ampliación del concepto de refugiado, existen otras disposiciones que vale recordar, tales como fortalecer los programas de protección y asistencia a los refugiados, especialmente en los aspectos de salud, educación, trabajo y seguridad, y establecer programas y proyectos orientados a la autosuficiencia de los refugiados. Estas son palabras de la declaración misma. En otra disposición, la declaración expresa, y también repito aquí, su preocupación por la situación que padecen las personas desplazadas dentro de su propio país, una situación aún muy actual. Y llama la atención y pide que se ofrezca protección y asistencia a estas personas. 40 años después, el tema sigue muy relevante y aún más agravado debido a cuestiones climáticas. Cartagena recomienda expresamente políticas de integración. Y lo subrayo porque es importante esto, porque sin estas políticas de integración, los refugiados e migrantes, al no encontrar apoyo en un estado en donde se encuentran, se ven forzados a seguir migrando, pasando de un estado al otro, buscando alternativas. Yo he visto muy claramente estas situaciones en mi país también. Cuando se agrava la situación del empleo, los migrantes parten para otros países. Cuando se agrava en los países para donde van, vuelven en busca de oportunidades. Entonces es importante, muy importante, pensar e implementar políticas de integración, que es el modo de efectiva integración de estas personas y de permanecer en los países en donde llegan. Importante también porque si no encuentran protección, trabajo, integración, van en otro país buscando sobrevivencia, protección y paz. Así que siempre es oportuno preguntarnos cómo estamos en nuestra fidelidad a la herencia de Cartagena. Señoras y señores, estoy convencida que la mejor solución para cualquier problema, y especialmente en la atención a refugiados y migrantes, requiere empatía y escucha activa. Hay el momento en que esta escucha debe ocurrir individualmente, cuando se trata de atender a las personas que llegan, darle la oportunidad para que se expresen, para que digan sobre su sufrimiento, sobre su expectativa. Pero otro momento que considero de gran importancia es el de expresar nuestra empatía y apoyo para con las organizaciones de refugiados, tenerlas como aliadas en la búsqueda de soluciones para las dificultades y problemas que viven los refugiados, y especialmente las refugiadas. Si la declaración fuera escrita hoy, estoy segura que incluiría algo en este sentido en sus términos. Es el momento para que nosotros lo consideremos. Sabemos que hay iniciativas en este sentido, pero todavía son pocas y muy necesitadas de apoyo. Las organizaciones lideradas por refugiados y refugiadas son aliadas importantes. Reconocen más fácilmente las capacidades, habilidades y talentos de las personas refugiadas y pueden ofrecer soluciones más adecuadas para ellas mismas y también para las comunidades de acogida. Permítanme referir algo sobre la educación, porque la considero fundamental para la sensibilización de las personas en la construcción de una sociedad inclusiva e intercultural. De la educación depende no solo la superación, sino la prevención de la xenofobia, del rechazo y de la discriminación. La educación de niños y jóvenes es una oportunidad para una nueva sociedad, promoviendo valores como el respeto, la diversidad, la belleza del intercambio de experiencias y la riqueza de la integración cultural. En general, la novedad encanta a los niños y a los jóvenes. Si bien orientados, la presencia de amigos y amigas de otras culturas, de nacionalidades, será siempre muy positiva. Incluir en la educación contenidos y prácticas integradoras es importante para construir un nuevo contexto y transmitir el mensaje de que acoger a migrantes y refugiados todos ganan, porque el ambiente, la comunidad, la sociedad se vuelven más ricas y promisoras. Para concluir, deseo subrayar la preocupación por la necesidad de cuidados urgentes en el combate a los cambios climáticos, que amenazan sobre la sobrevivencia humana, y lo hago con las palabras inspiradoras de la Carta de Líderes Religiosos de diversas tradiciones y espiritualidades. Dicen ellos, la naturaleza, en sus múltiples formas, debe ser un elemento central en nuestras prácticas espirituales y en la expresión de fe de nuestras comunidades. Destruir la naturaleza no solo significa violarla a ella, sino también a los principios espirituales que guían nuestras vidas. La protección de la naturaleza no es solo una cuestión ambiental, sino un deber espiritual y moral. Muchas gracias.
Muchísimas gracias a la hermana Rosita Milesi. Empatía y escucha activa. Lo tendremos presente para la próxima década. Muchas gracias. A continuación, entonces, doy la palabra al señor Javier Castellano, quien es el subsecretario general de Coordinación de Operaciones y Desarrollo de Sociedades Nacionales de la IFRC. Adelante, por favor.
Muchísimas gracias, Su Excelencia Canciller de la República de Chile, embajador Alberto Van Claveren, Su Excelencia Canciller de la República de Colombia, y embajador Luis Gilberto Murillo, Su Excelencia Canciller de la República de Brasil, embajador Mauro Vieira, distinguida subsecretaria para América Latina y el Caribe, México, señora Raquel Cerur, distinguida embajadora Claudia Fuentes, distinguido alto comisionado señor Filippo Grandi y amigos de la Oficina Regional de ACNUR, en especial a mi compatriota y amigo José Samaniego, distinguidos representantes de gobiernos, organismos internacionales, sociedad civil, academia y el sector privado, apreciados representantes de las personas refugiadas, desplazadas, amigos y amigas todos. En nombre de la Federación Internacional de la Cruz Roja y la Media Luna Roja, agradezco al gobierno de Chile y a los estados que han hecho posible el proceso Cartagena+40. Su liderazgo, compromiso está haciendo historia. Este esfuerzo ha sido un recorrido abierto, inclusivo e innovador. También desafiante, audaz y visionario. Celebramos que los compromisos plasmados en la Declaración de Chile, su plan de acción y su plataforma de apoyo favorecerán al respeto, la asistencia y la protección de las personas en movilidad a lo largo del continente. En este marco, es un honor para la Federación Internacional de la Cruz Roja y la Media Luna Roja representar hoy a las 34 sociedades nacionales en América y sus más de 3.000 filiales y el Comité Internacional de la Cruz Roja. En su nombre y en el nombre de nuestro movimiento agradezco también a ACNUR, organización amiga y aliada cuyo apoyo es vital para acompañar de forma coordinada y efectiva quienes se ven obligados a dejarlo todo. Porque la migración y el desplazamiento son eso, experiencias humanas marcadas por la valentía, el dolor y la esperanza. Experiencias que nos mueven y nos conmueven. Viví esto en primera persona cuando conocí a Don Miguel, un hombre de 65 años que había sufrido un derrame cerebral cuando estaba por cruzar la frontera entre Chile y Perú. Él y su hijo llevaban 11 horas intentando entrar a territorio peruano para ir a un centro de salud. Con el apoyo de ACNUR facilitamos su ingreso y ya en Tacna recibió asistencia médica urgente, priorizando su salud por encima de todo. Esa misma urgencia acompaña a quienes se enfrentan a rutas peligrosas, como doña Esther, a quien huyó con su hija adolescente de las amenazas de las pandillas en su país. Ella sabía que su niña corría riesgos al cruzar la selva del Darién y para evitar uno de ellos le dio anticonceptivos antes y durante el viaje. Afortunadamente, nada malo ocurrió en esta parte del camino. Solo nos queda seguir adelante y esperar que haya pasado lo peor, nos dijo en uno de nuestros puntos de servicio humanitario. Esos puntos de servicio humanitario son unidades fijas o móviles, seguras, neutrales y totalmente equipadas, ubicadas a lo largo de las rutas migratorias. En Darién, por ejemplo, este modelo de asistencia nos ha permitido realizar más de 750,000 consultas de salud y proporcionar millones de litros de agua potable a personas de movilidad, comunidades de acogida e incluso a las agencias humanitarias que trabajan en la zona. Estas historias que les comparto están marcadas por la vulnerabilidad y la resiliencia, en su mayoría con un denominador común: el abuso. Fueron los abusos de los traficantes de personas los que llevaron al límite a Mohamed, un chico de Bangladesh al que con el apoyo de la Federación Internacional y a través de la Cruz Roja guatemalteca fue posible apoyarlo. No hablaba el idioma, estaba solo, había perdido la esperanza. Inmediatamente conectamos a la Media Luna Roja de Bangladesh y también activamos el establecimiento de contactos familiares, globalmente coordinada por el Comité Internacional de la Cruz Roja. Nuestra acción colectiva localizó a su familia y se le dio la asistencia en su idioma. Millones de personas acuden a esta red para buscar a seres queridos con quienes han perdido contacto, que han desaparecido o fallecido en la ruta. Y ante cada pedido, una búsqueda, actuamos, porque para nuestros equipos una necesidad local puede convertirse en una prioridad global cuando se trata de buscar soluciones. Estos y todos los servicios de la Cruz Roja son gratuitos, oportunos y no discriminan según el estatus legal de quienes los reciben. Y son integrales, porque entendemos que la vulnerabilidad de las personas en movilidad se ve agravada por barreras estructurales que limitan su integración plena y el ejercicio de sus derechos. La declaración que está por aprobarse en esta sala reconoce la trascendencia y el alcance de nuestra labor e invita al movimiento internacional de la Cruz Roja y la Media Luna Roja a apoyar la implementación del Plan de Acción de Chile, especialmente en materia de protección, desastres y crisis climáticas. Nos honra la confianza que depositan en nuestra red humanitaria. Seguiremos poniendo nuestros mecanismos locales y globales, incluyendo nuestro fondo de emergencia para la respuesta a desastres, al servicio de las personas en movilidad en las Américas. Porque el desafío humanitario que enfrentamos es monumental. Nunca antes tantas personas habían sido desplazadas. Necesitamos soluciones globales, sostenibles y coordinadas porque la migración y el desplazamiento continuarán, y con ello la necesidad de asistencia y protección en los países de origen, tránsito y destino. Y necesitamos ofrecer alternativas para que las personas no se vean forzadas a dejar sus tierras. Y esto es posible cuando fortalecemos el tejido social local, fomentamos la solidaridad y generamos medios de vida sostenibles. La gente puede permanecer en sus comunidades o integrarse mejor a ellas donde los acogen. Este enfoque es clave no solo para las personas migrantes y desplazadas, sino también para las comunidades de acogida y quienes retornan. Hablamos de personas que, aunque separadas por su origen, están unidos por desafíos compartidos: desigualdad, pobreza, discriminación, los efectos de la crisis climática, violencia, los conflictos. Y sabemos que los países de acogida enfrentan enormes presiones para garantizarles servicios esenciales de manera sostenible y abordar factores sociales, económicos, culturales que faciliten la convivencia. Esto incluye desde el acceso a la salud hasta el combate de la xenofobia y los discursos de odio. La tarea es titánica, pero posible si repartimos esfuerzos. Un ejemplo de esto es el trabajo de la Cruz Roja hondureña en los albergues estatales para personas retornadas. Tuve la oportunidad de observar de cerca el apoyo de nuestros equipos brindan a las personas retornadas, incluidas niñas y niños no acompañados. En estrecha coordinación con las autoridades, la Cruz Roja les proporciona información y asesoría legal, identifica si tienen temor de regresar a sus comunidades, cuida su salud física y mental y asegura que cuenten con recursos para volver a casa y reintegrarse en contextos que, con frecuencia, son tan o más hostiles que tuvieron que partir. Este deterioro de la calidad de vida es producto en parte de la violencia creciente, también de una crisis climática que nos recuerda que las fronteras son frágiles frente a sus efectos. Los desastres, cada vez más intensos y frecuentes, generan desplazamientos y amenazan a las personas que una vez en sus países de acogida fueron a asentarse en zonas altamente vulnerables. Brasil es un ejemplo claro. Las inundaciones de junio pasado desplazaron a miles de personas, muchas de ellas de origen haitiano y venezolano, que vivían en áreas afectadas. Otro es el caso de Centroamérica, donde estas personas están expuestas a huracanes, tormentas, sin conocer los protocolos de evacuación ni formar parte de los sistemas de alerta temprana. Conscientes de esto, trabajamos con muchos de los estados representados en esta sala y con las propias personas en riesgo para promover la adaptación, reducir riesgos y fortalecer resiliencia. Nuestro objetivo es simple: preparar y alertar a las comunidades con tiempo para que estén a salvo, protejan sus recursos y no se vean obligadas a desplegarse en caso de desastres. Las leyes y medidas adoptadas por Ecuador, Honduras y Panamá demuestran que esto es posible. Déjenme concluir con esto. La Declaración de Cartagena de 1984 cambió la forma en que se definió y abordó el desplazamiento en las Américas. 40 años después tenemos la oportunidad de hacer historia nuevamente y responder a los desafíos humanitarios de nuestra era. Cuenten con el apoyo local y global de la Cruz Roja en aquellas áreas donde se consideren relevante nuestra contribución y mandato humanitario. Tenemos la experiencia, la voluntad y las herramientas. Solo requerimos que se nos garantice el espacio humanitario, imparcial, neutral e independiente necesario para salvar vidas y proteger la dignidad. Muchas gracias.
Muchísimas gracias al señor Javier Castellano y especialmente por la valiosa contribución de su institución a la protección de las personas refugiadas y desplazadas. A continuación, entonces, vamos al cierre de este evento que marca un momento histórico con la adopción formal de la Declaración y Plan de Acción de Chile. Antes de dar la palabra a los distinguidos panelistas, quisiera leer un mensaje que nos llegó del Vaticano, del Papa Francisco. Les pido que hagan llegar mi saludo a todos los que participarán en estas jornadas. Ciertamente se trata de un ámbito en que la Iglesia no puede dejar de estar presente y colaborar activamente, porque el encuentro con el migrante, como con cada hermano y hermana necesitados, es también un encuentro con Cristo. Los animo, por tanto, a seguir adelante en esta noble tarea de responsabilidad compartida, brindando instrumentos jurídicos basados en los derechos humanos fundamentales para abordar la situación de los desplazados en esas amadas tierras latinoamericanas y construir entre todos un mundo más fraterno y solidario. Este es el mensaje entonces del Papa Francisco. Con esto tengo el honor entonces de darle la palabra a la señora subsecretaria para América Latina y el Caribe de México, la señora Raquel Serur Esmeque. Adelante, por favor.
Muy buenas tardes tengan todas y todos ustedes. Señor Alberto Van Claveren, ministro de Relaciones Exteriores de la República de Chile. Señor Mauro Vieira, ministro de Relaciones Exteriores de Brasil. Señor Luis Gilberto Murillo, ministro de Relaciones Exteriores de Colombia. Señor Filippo Grandi, alto comisionado de Naciones Unidas para los Refugiados. Distinguidos jefes y jefas de delegaciones, compañeros y compañeras de la sociedad civil. México, desde el inicio de su vida independiente y hasta los tiempos actuales, acorde con los principios humanitarios que rigen nuestra actuación internacional, ha ofrecido protección a personas que debido a persecución, violencia, amenazas a su integridad física y actualmente a los impactos del cambio climático, se han visto obligadas a abandonar sus países de origen. Históricamente, hemos recibido a nacionales de múltiples países que se han refugiado y enriquecido nuestra cultura con sus aportaciones y tradiciones. Durante la década de los años 30, miles de españoles encontraron protección en México, al igual que durante la Segunda Guerra Mundial y el periodo de la Guerra Fría, lo hicieron cientos de nacionales de países europeos y asiáticos que huían de la violencia y la persecución. En los años 70, las situaciones políticas y sociales en el sur de nuestro continente trajeron a México refugiados y refugiadas de países hermanos a los cuales brindamos facilidades para una estancia migratoria documentada y acceso al empleo. Nuestro interés por contribuir al debate y atención de los problemas de nuestra región nos llevaron en 1981 a organizar el coloquio sobre asilo y protección internacional de refugiados en América Latina, cuyas reflexiones y conclusiones fueron fundamentales y recogidas por la Declaración de Cartagena de 1984. Con base en los criterios de esta declaración, México reconoció como personas refugiadas a miles de individuos de distintas etnias en uno de los éxodos más numerosos recibidos en los años 80, a quienes reconoció prima facie, otorgándoles la forma migratoria de no inmigrante visitante con derecho a trabajar. La experiencia mexicana en este caso, para la atención y búsqueda de las mejores opciones, ha sido referente internacional al ofrecer un marco jurídico para su asimilación o bien conforme a la práctica internacional, la repatriación voluntaria para quienes decidieron reincorporarse a sus comunidades de origen. Todo ello no hubiera sido posible sin el decidido apoyo de la comunidad internacional, de la ACNUR y de la Unión Europea. Desde la adopción de la Declaración de Cartagena de 1984, el contexto ha cambiado. Las nuevas dinámicas del desplazamiento forzado y de la apatridia plantean desafíos para responder de manera integral a las necesidades específicas de los crecientes flujos de personas solicitantes de refugio y la complejidad que representa su composición, donde se incluyen personas en situación de alta vulnerabilidad, como son las mujeres, niñas, niños, adolescentes, LGTBI+, poblaciones indígenas, adultos mayores, grupos familiares completos y otros más. El espíritu de Cartagena se ha mantenido vivo y vigente en nuestro continente, impulsando el diálogo, el intercambio de prácticas, el diseño de modelos de atención, promoviendo ajustes en los marcos jurídicos, sumando socios y socias para encontrar esquemas que permitan a las personas refugiadas integrarse a nuestras sociedades y encontrar las condiciones idóneas para reiniciar sus vidas a partir de su autosuficiencia. Con la intención de continuar contribuyendo, en abril de este año albergamos la primera consulta temática del proceso que hoy concluye. En esa ocasión, dialogamos sobre la movilidad humana y la apatridia. Las conclusiones de este ejercicio fueron tenidas en cuenta durante las negociaciones del Plan de Acción y la declaración que adoptaremos. México integró en su legislación nacional la definición ampliada de persona refugiada contenida en la Declaración de Cartagena sobre Refugiados de 1984. Ello nos ha permitido su aplicación en nuestro sistema de refugio bajo una mirada dinámica, pragmática y flexible. La definición ampliada de persona refugiada ha servido de inspiración y sustento técnico-jurídico en la formulación de nuevos esquemas de atención, procesamiento y resolución de casos de manera ágil, justa y efectiva. Con esta visión, las personas nacionales de Haití que han llegado a nuestro país se han beneficiado de la protección internacional. Es decir, los elementos de la Declaración de Cartagena integrados en nuestra legislación han sido fundamentales para su reconocimiento como refugiados. Ahora, la Declaración de Chile y el Plan de Acción 2024-2034 son el resultado de un proceso de consultas amplias y transparentes bajo el liderazgo de los estados y con la participación de otros actores relevantes. Estos documentos integran una visión amplia y renovada, mantienen los principios de la Declaración de Cartagena de 1984 y recogen los objetivos del Pacto Mundial sobre los Refugiados. Es crucial continuar fortaleciendo los sistemas nacionales de refugio y avanzar en la aplicación de soluciones duraderas y sostenibles. Debemos centrarnos en el diseño e implementación de políticas y acciones integrales basadas en los derechos humanos, la perspectiva de género, el desarrollo sostenible y en la búsqueda de la paz. Por ello, es fundamental la cooperación internacional, la solidaridad y la responsabilidad compartida entre los países de origen, tránsito, destino y retorno para asegurar la debida atención a las personas refugiadas, apátridas y desplazadas, con especial énfasis en las personas más vulnerables. La implementación del nuevo plan de acción requiere que continuemos fomentando la coordinación y la colaboración con las personas refugiadas, desplazadas y apátridas, así como con la academia, las autoridades locales, los municipios, las comunidades de acogida, el sector privado, los actores de desarrollo y las entidades financieras. México, en los últimos años, ha experimentado un drástico aumento de solicitantes de la condición de refugiado y tan solo en 2023 recibimos más de 140,000 solicitudes. Ante este escenario, hemos mejorado la coordinación interinstitucional para garantizar el acceso a procedimientos justos y eficientes, así como una atención integral desde el primer contacto y hasta que las personas son reconocidas como refugiados y logran su integración plena y efectiva. Las personas que son reconocidas como refugiadas encuentran en nuestro país un espacio para rehacer sus vidas de manera permanente. Nuestro propósito es lograr soluciones duraderas que permitan la autosuficiencia de las personas refugiadas a través de la plena integración social y económica y mediante el ejercicio pleno de sus derechos humanos. De acuerdo con cifras del ACNUR, los más de 43.4 millones de personas refugiadas en el mundo nos obligan a reforzar el enfoque de prevención. En ese sentido, no debemos dejar de lado la atención de las múltiples causas que originan la salida de personas en búsqueda de protección internacional. Agradecemos nuevamente al Gobierno de Chile por la confianza depositada en México para albergar una consulta preparatoria y los felicitamos por conducir con éxito este proceso, así como por su compromiso para velar por el seguimiento y la implementación de la declaración y el nuevo plan de acción durante los próximos 10 años. Finalmente, también reconocemos y agradecemos el crucial papel de la ACNUR como Secretaría Técnica del proceso Cartagena+40. Muchas gracias.
Muchísimas gracias, subsecretaria, por su intervención y la valiosa contribución de México. Muchas gracias. A continuación, tengo el placer de dar la palabra al señor Ministro de Relaciones Exteriores de Brasil, el señor Mauro Vieira. Ministro, tiene la palabra.
Muito obrigado, senhora representante permanente do Chile em Genebra. Excelentíssimo senhor ministro das Relações Exteriores do Chile, Alberto von Claveren. Excelentíssimo senhor ministro de Relações Exteriores da Colômbia, Luiz Gilberto Murillo. Senhora subsecretária para América Latina e Caribe do México, senhora Raquel Serrur Smeke. Senhor Alto Comissário das Nações Unidas para Refugiados, senhor Filippo Grandi. Irmã Rosita Milesi, ganhadora do Prêmio Nansen 2024. Reafirmamos hoje o espírito de Cartagena, um compromisso que transcende fronteiras e que consolida nossa região como um espaço de acolhimento, solidariedade e respeito à dignidade humana. Esse espírito faz-se cada vez mais necessário hoje. Desde 2014, quando nos reunimos em Brasília para Cartagena+40, o número de refugiados no mundo triplicou. Essa estatística alarmante deveria nos convocar à ação. Em vez disso, discursos e políticas xenofóbicas ganham espaço alimentadas pelo medo e a desinformação. Refugiados são falsamente retratados como ameaças e a restrição ao legítimo direito humano de buscar refúgio aumentam. Senhoras e senhores, 3/4 das pessoas em situação de deslocamento forçado no mundo estão em países de renda baixa e média, mas não há financiamento internacional para apoiar os esforços nacionais dos países de acolhida. O Pacto Global de Refugiados ainda precisa traduzir em ações concretas o conceito de partilha de responsabilidades entre países de origem, trânsito e retorno. A realidade de nossa região é complexa, desencadeados por fatores diversos como violência, persecução, pobreza, condições econômicas e desastres. Os fluxos migratórios mistos na América Latina desafiam as categorizações e mecanismos de respostas tradicionais. Esses desafios não nos isentam, entretanto, da nossa responsabilidade de proteger os mais vulneráveis com base no direito internacional dos direitos humanos e, quando haja casos de perseguição ou temor de perseguição, no direito internacional dos refugiados. Pelo contrário, precisamos proteger as pessoas deslocadas e resguardar seus direitos, independentemente dos fatores que motivaram seu deslocamento. Senhoras e senhores, o Brasil orgulha-se de aplicar na prática muitas das recomendações oriundas dos processos de Cartagena ao longo das últimas 4 décadas. Concedemos milhares de vistos humanitários a pessoas afetadas pelas crises no Afeganistão, na Síria, no Haiti e na Ucrânia. Com a Operação Acolhida, estabelecemos um modelo internacionalmente reconhecido para receber e integrar os venezuelanos que chegam ao nosso território pela fronteira norte. Esses esforços não seriam possíveis sem um inestimável apoio da sociedade civil, do setor privado e de organizações lideradas por refugiados. Aproveito para registrar o reconhecimento do papel da sociedade civil por meio da brasileira irmã Rosita, agraciada com o Prêmio Nansen para Refugiados 2024, que dedica sua vida à proteção dos direitos dos refugiados, deslocados internos e apátridas. Seu reconhecimento internacional é também a celebração da tradição de acolhimento e solidariedade que marca a história brasileira. Aproveito para fazer uma menção especial à iniciativa que o Brasil lançou há um mês durante sua presidência do G20, Aliança Global contra a Fome e a Pobreza. Ambicioso projeto, a aliança poderá ter impacto também sobre os refugiados e pessoas deslocadas à força. Senhoras e senhores, a declaração e o plano de ação do Chile são a expressão concreta da nossa tradição humanitária e do espírito de Cartagena. Esses documentos devem orientar, pela próxima década, nosso trabalho conjunto de aliviar o sofrimento dos que mais necessitam. O êxito desse plano de ação dependerá do engajamento de todos, governos, organizações internacionais, sociedade civil, setor privado, academia e, sobretudo, as próprias pessoas refugiadas. Não podemos nos esquecer que cada pessoa deslocada carrega uma história de dor e de esperança. Portanto, o acolhimento é também uma oportunidade de reconstrução. O espírito de Cartagena, que hoje renovamos, não é, portanto, apenas um compromisso com o passado, mas uma orientação para o futuro. Um futuro em que a solidariedade regional prevaleça e em que a proteção internacional seja fortalecida. Muito obrigado.
Muchísimas gracias, ministro, por su intervención y por el valioso e importante aporte de Brasil a este proceso. Muchas gracias. Ahora tengo el placer de dar la palabra al señor ministro de Relaciones Exteriores de Colombia, el señor Luis Gilberto Murillo. Ministro, tiene la palabra.
Muchas gracias, señor Alberto Van Claveren, ministro de Relaciones Exteriores de Chile, señor Filippo Grandi, alto comisionado de las Naciones Unidas para los Refugiados, ACNUR. Quisiera reconocerle a ustedes dos excelencias su liderazgo tan exitoso en llevar a cabo el proceso de Cartagena+40. Igualmente, reconozco la presencia de su excelencia Mauro Vieira, ministro de Relaciones Exteriores de Brasil, señor Luis Yáñez, secretario de la CEPAL, señora Raquel Cerur, subsecretaria para América Latina y el Caribe de México, señora Lidia Peralta, viceministra de Asuntos Bilaterales de Costa Rica, señor Sebastián Guanúmen, embajador de Colombia en Chile, señor Jorge Alfredo Díaz, director de Asuntos Migratorios y Consulares del Ministerio de Relaciones Exteriores de Colombia, distinguida embajadora Claudia Fuentes, señora Isaura Duarte, coordinadora de la determinación de condición de refugiados del Ministerio de Relaciones Exteriores de Colombia, señora Marcela Ceballos, coordinadora de Migración del Ministerio de Relaciones Exteriores de Colombia, jefes de las delegaciones y de los gobiernos de América Latina y el Caribe, representantes de la sociedad civil. Quisiera destacar las voces de Cartagena+40, a la hermana Rosita Milesi, gracias por su testimonio con el cual me identifico plenamente, y también a Javier Castellanos, su secretario general del Comité Internacional de la Cruz Roja y la Media Luna Roja, gracias por estar aquí, sé su trabajo. Hay que poner los asuntos humanitarios en la prioridad de la agenda de América Latina y el Caribe, porque es un desafío global, y usted lo ha dicho. Yo fui migrante, yo creo que es de los pocos ministros, yo fui migrante, y lo que decía la hermana Rosita Milesi es que las organizaciones de fe juegan un papel importante, las iglesias, la sociedad civil, y me alegra ver la sociedad civil aquí, porque son la red de apoyo que nos ayuda cuando estamos en esa situación con nuestras familias. Cada decisión que tomemos aquí les impacta a ellos y a ellas. El 70% son niñas, niños y mujeres. Quisiera igualmente reconocer a los organismos internacionales que han apoyado este proceso. Nos reúne el 40º aniversario de la Declaración de Cartagena sobre los Refugiados, un instrumento que al abordar las dinámicas particulares del desplazamiento en América Latina y el Caribe, introdujo una definición ampliada de la figura del refugio. Este es un marco innovador para responder de manera integral a los nuevos fenómenos de movilidad transfronteriza de la región y a los problemas de protección internacional que han venido evolucionando, como se ha dicho aquí. El proceso de Cartagena+40 nos va a permitir optimizar las políticas y estrategias en materia de protección internacional y fortalecer la colaboración para reforzar estos principios de cara a los enormes desafíos que venimos asumiendo. En Colombia, hemos asumido un rol protagónico en la implementación de una política de puertas abiertas, tanto a nivel global como regional, desarrollando una experticia y buenas prácticas con el apoyo de la comunidad internacional y de la sociedad civil, sobre todo en la atención de flujos mixtos masivos de migrantes. Nosotros nos consideramos un país de acogida. Seguimos realizando grandes esfuerzos y avances para acoger e integrar a casi 3 millones de migrantes, la gran mayoría venezolanos y venezolanas. Y al mismo tiempo, para garantizar la protección internacional de estas personas y los que de acuerdo con los instrumentos internacionales y la ley nacional así lo requieran. Por otra parte, Colombia fue anfitrión de la tercera consulta temática del proceso de Cartagena+40 el pasado junio de este año, y le agradecemos a Chile por la confianza depositada en Colombia para esa consulta. Allí reconocimos que los desastres y los efectos adversos del cambio climático agravan las múltiples causas de desplazamiento forzado y transfronterizo. En el caso de Colombia es una realidad. Aquí también se ha mencionado. Debemos seguir impulsando, como parte del espíritu de Cartagena, la realización de diagnósticos continuos sobre las dinámicas del desplazamiento y las necesidades de protección que siguen evolucionando. Felicitamos al anfitrión, a Chile, por su liderazgo en este proceso y al ACNUR, y por haber logrado los documentos que estamos adoptando hoy. Colombia participó de manera activa en la negociación, tanto desde Ginebra como desde Bogotá. La declaración acordada recoge nuevas preocupaciones y tendencias en materia de protección internacional de manera equilibrada e integral. Chile, además, impulsó desde un comienzo la participación de la sociedad civil, lo cual es central para nosotros, la participación de las organizaciones de fe, la participación de los pueblos, la participación de la gente. Y de organizaciones que son lideradas por personas migrantes, desplazadas y refugiadas que realmente conocen la realidad y cómo responder a ella. Y Chile desde un comienzo le dio la mayor importancia a que estas voces fuesen escuchadas y nos recogió en ese querer y en esa implementación. Colombia coincide con esta postura de promover la participación activa de la sociedad civil. En este sentido, y en el marco de los principios de publicidad y transparencia que nos rigen, hace unos días publicamos la reforma normativa al sistema de refugio en Colombia para recibir observaciones de la sociedad civil y todas las partes interesadas. También, si ustedes quieren hacer observaciones, son bienvenidas. A partir de una propuesta de Colombia, la Declaración de Chile también reconoce los grandes esfuerzos desplegados por los países de acogida de la región para atender, asistir, proteger y proporcionar acceso a servicios a las personas refugiadas, solicitantes de refugio, desplazadas y apátridas. Colombia es uno de estos países. Damos la bienvenida al mecanismo de seguimiento y coordinación previsto en el plan de trabajo y apoyamos la posible colaboración con los mecanismos de implementación del Pacto Mundial sobre los Refugiados, como la Declaración de Los Ángeles y otros instrumentos como espacios propicios para articular e implementar el Plan de Acción de Chile. Hemos avanzado, hemos aprendido, pero todavía tenemos mucho por aprender y hay un largo camino por recorrer. Sigamos adelante. Muchas gracias.
Agradecemos al ministro Murillo por su intervención y la valiosa contribución de Colombia a este proceso. Muchas gracias. A continuación, tengo la gran satisfacción de ceder la palabra al Alto Comisionado de las Naciones Unidas para los Refugiados, el señor Filippo Grandi. Tiene la palabra.
Muchas gracias, embajadora, ministros, subsecretaria, distinguidas delegaciones y colegas. Gracias a todas y todos por el espíritu de cooperación, el espíritu de Cartagena, tan presente en esta sala y que ha marcado esta reunión. Después de estos 2 días ricos de mensajes importantes, me dirijo nuevamente a ustedes con mucha admiración por el camino recorrido, día tras día, desde el lanzamiento del proceso de Cartagena+40 durante el Foro Mundial sobre los Refugiados de 2023 hasta hoy. Y llegamos ahora al momento cúlmine de la tradición de Cartagena, la adopción de la Declaración y el Plan de Acción de Chile. La Declaración y Plan de Acción son, y el nombre ya lo dice, un marco de cooperación y solidaridad regional para fortalecer la protección y las soluciones inclusivas para las personas refugiadas, desplazadas y apátridas, y la implementación del Pacto Mundial sobre los Refugiados en América Latina y el Caribe. Como tal, este nuevo marco estratégico es un abanico de recomendaciones y una hoja de ruta común para la próxima década. Además, yo lo aludí ayer, es la prueba de la voluntad común de conciliar posiciones y promover la cooperación. Pero si me permiten, quiero enfatizar un aspecto específico que está reflejado en este título y repito, un marco de cooperación para la implementación del Pacto Mundial sobre los Refugiados. Esto quiere decir que se alinean en sus objetivos y que las recomendaciones y herramientas de la Declaración y el Plan de Acción de Chile también están pensadas para poner en práctica el pacto. Al implementar uno, concretizamos el otro. Por favor, esto no lo perdamos de vista. Y en eso ustedes también son pioneros. Además, es importante que celebremos las sinergias que el Plan de Acción de Chile establece con los mecanismos subregionales y regionales existentes, como hemos ya escuchado, no solamente en relación al tema de refugiados, sino también el de la migración. Me refiero a la Declaración de Los Ángeles, al Marco Integral Regional para la Protección y Soluciones que llamamos MIRPS, el Proceso de Quito, a los espacios existentes en el Mercosur, SICA y CARICOM, pero también las conferencias regionales sobre migración, entre otros. Esta coherencia está diseñada para maximizar y multiplicar las respuestas a todos los fenómenos de movilidad humana, no para duplicarlos. El mecanismo de seguimiento, una innovación significativa en este proceso, será clave para profundizar los intercambios de buenas prácticas y su difusión en la región y construir un espacio de encuentro, de coordinación y de responsabilidad compartida. Reconocemos, sin embargo, que el camino que sigue no estará libre de dificultades. Pero no podemos permitirnos la indiferencia ni la inacción. Es un camino que, si nos permitimos, podrá abrir otras oportunidades. Un camino que debemos recorrer unidos. Por esto, mantengamos el ánimo y el compromiso que ustedes han mostrado en este proceso. Recurran a las respuestas pragmáticas y basadas en principios que siempre esta región ha sabido elaborar. Y no desatiendan estos compromisos en la próxima década. Este es también y especialmente el espíritu de Cartagena. Desde el ACNUR renuevo nuestro firme compromiso en acompañar este camino. Vamos a hacerlo a través del apoyo como secretariado técnico, de la interlocución con los países, instituciones financieras o entidades donantes y cooperantes. Vamos también a estrechar los enlaces con el sector privado y fortalecer la representatividad de las personas refugiadas, desplazadas y apátridas. Destaco y me orgullece que este proceso también marca un hito al reafirmar de manera clara la importancia de su participación significativa, igualitaria y plena. Sin su voz, la voz de los refugiados, de los desplazados, sin su voz y fuerza no avanzaremos. Desde el ACNUR haremos hincapié en nuestro compromiso de la promoción de la solidaridad en la región. Hoy concluimos el proceso de Cartagena+40. Mañana damos los primeros pasos de una nueva ruta, un camino prometedor, un camino que espero sigamos recorriendo juntos. A todos les ruego, acompañen a Chile en el liderazgo que ha aceptado asumir y por el cual quiero reiterar una vez más mi profundo agradecimiento. Compartimos la responsabilidad de defender la dignidad de aquellas personas en situación de mayor vulnerabilidad y de construir una comunidad global más unida y fraterna. Y para cerrar, haré honor a la tradición poética de América Latina y del Caribe, que seguramente ha también contribuido a mantener vivo el espíritu de Cartagena, para que no olvidemos que el exilio es duro, pero siempre hay esperanza que un día llegará a su fin. Y voy a hacerlo citando al gran poeta chileno Pablo Neruda. Cito: «Ay, cuando, patria, te casarás conmigo, con ojos verde mar y vestido de nieve, y tendremos millones de hijos nuevos que entregarán la tierra a los hambrientos». Muchas gracias.
Muchísimas gracias por las palabras de clausura del Alto Comisionado. Aprovechamos también a agradecer todo el acompañamiento durante este año de su oficina en capacidad de Secretaría Técnica. Muchísimas gracias a su gran equipo, Alto Comisionado. Con gran placer ahora invito a nuestro ministro de Relaciones Exteriores de Chile, el señor Alberto Van Claveren, a compartir su intervención sobre adopción por aclamación de la Declaración y Plan de Acción de Chile. Ministro.
Muchas gracias. Excelentísimo señor Filippo Grandi, Alto Comisionado de las Naciones Unidas para los Refugiados. Excelentísimo señor Mauro Vieira, Ministro de Relaciones Exteriores de Brasil. excelentísimo señor Luis Gilberto Murillo, ministro de Relaciones Exteriores de Colombia, excelentísima señora subsecretaria de Relaciones Exteriores para América Latina de México, señora Raquel Cerur, estimado secretario de la Comisión Económica para América Latina y el Caribe, que nos ha albergado con su tradicional hospitalidad durante estos 2 días y en muchas otras ocasiones. Señoras y señores viceministros, autoridades, jefes de delegación, jefas de delegación, un saludo especial para los representantes y las representantes de la sociedad civil, que encarno sobre todo en la hermana Rosita, Premio Nansen 2024, y también encarno en la Cruz Roja Internacional a través de su representante, el doctor Castellano, y por cierto, otros y otras representantes de la sociedad civil y del mundo académico. Amigas y amigos todos, hoy estamos concluyendo un importante proceso de reflexión y abrimos un nuevo ciclo de trabajo para los próximos 10 años. Este encuentro reafirma los valores que nos unen: la solidaridad, la cooperación, la humanidad y el respeto al derecho internacional de los refugiados, al de los derechos humanos y al derecho internacional humanitario. Estos principios, junto con nuestra capacidad para encontrar unidad en la diversidad, definen el espíritu de Cartagena que buscamos preservar y fortalecer. A lo largo de las décadas hemos enfrentado retos cada vez más complejos que exigen respuestas de protección y soluciones más integrales. Los estados tienen una responsabilidad central en esta área, pero sabemos que los esfuerzos aislados no son suficientes. Es imprescindible sumar las contribuciones y la visión de múltiples actores, porque solo con un enfoque verdaderamente colectivo podremos avanzar de manera efectiva. La integración de los objetivos del Pacto Mundial sobre los Refugiados ha fortalecido nuestra capacidad de acción conjunta. Este esfuerzo involucra a organizaciones de la sociedad civil, colectivos de personas refugiadas, la academia, el sector privado, mecanismos regionales y subregionales, autoridades locales, actores del desarrollo, el sistema de Naciones Unidas y especialmente, y no lo olvidemos, también a las comunidades de acogida. Todos ellos refuerzan el compromiso del Plan de Acción de Chile con valores esenciales como la responsabilidad compartida, la cooperación internacional, la inclusión y la participación. Hoy, al adoptar la Declaración y el Plan de Acción de Chile, reafirmamos nuestro compromiso de enfrentar los desafíos actuales y proyectarnos hacia el futuro, manteniendo la tradición del proceso de Cartagena de buscar soluciones innovadoras y estratégicas para la protección y asistencia de las personas refugiadas, desplazadas y apátridas en nuestra región. Una de las innovaciones más importantes de este plan es la incorporación del enfoque de género, interseccional e intercultural, así como la atención a los desplazamientos provocados por desastres y el cambio climático, uno de los desafíos más graves que enfrentamos como humanidad. En relación al enfoque de género, los datos de Naciones Unidas evidencian la magnitud del desafío. Más de 22 millones de personas desplazadas forzadamente en la región, de las cuales el 46% son mujeres, adolescentes y niñas. Estos grupos enfrentan riesgos desproporcionados, como violencia de género, trata de personas y otras formas de abuso, especialmente durante el tránsito. Las mujeres desplazadas, además, enfrentan condiciones de vida precarias, desempleo y obstáculos para acceder a derechos básicos. Ante esta realidad, es fundamental basar nuestras decisiones en datos concretos que permitan diseñar estrategias efectivas de prevención y respuesta. En el segundo Foro Mundial sobre los Refugiados, el año 2023, Chile presentó un compromiso conjunto con múltiples actores para promover la igualdad de género y la protección contra la violencia de género. Por otro lado, el cambio climático sigue siendo un factor determinante en los desplazamientos forzados. El año 2023, más de la mitad de los nuevos desplazamientos a nivel mundial estuvieron vinculados a fenómenos climáticos extremos, afectando a más de 26 millones de personas. Nuestra región, siendo la segunda más vulnerable a los impactos del cambio climático, debe priorizar acciones de protección. Entre el año 2000 y 2023, desastres naturales afectaron a más de 190 millones de personas en América Latina y el Caribe, y un tercio de la población vive en zonas de alto riesgo. En respuesta, durante el segundo Foro Mundial sobre los Refugiados, se adoptó un compromiso multilateral en acción climática. Este esfuerzo busca fortalecer la protección, preparación y resiliencia de las personas refugiadas, desplazadas y apátridas, así como de sus comunidades de acogida, promoviendo una financiación accesible y ampliada, el desarrollo de leyes y políticas inclusivas y la implementación de proyectos basados en conocimientos locales y buenas prácticas. El apoyo de todas y todos ustedes será crucial para la implementación del plan de acción durante esta década. Contamos con el respaldo de la ACNUR y de los países que asumirán la vicepresidencia del proceso Cartagena+40. Estamos convencidos que al conmemorar los 50 años de la Declaración de Cartagena, habremos consolidado un mecanismo de seguimiento y coordinación inclusivo, robusto y dialogante, que será un modelo global de convergencia en la diversidad. Por último, este acto solemne es más que una formalidad. Simboliza un paso firme hacia un futuro más solidario. Siguiendo la tradición humanitaria que caracteriza el proceso de Cartagena, invitamos a las y los ministros y representantes de los países de América Latina y el Caribe aquí presentes a ponernos de pie para adoptar por aclamación la Declaración y el Plan de Acción de Chile 2034. Con un fuerte aplauso. Y me permito agradecer muy especialmente a todo el equipo que hizo posible este esfuerzo, la buena voluntad de todas las delegaciones aquí presentes y también en especial a nuestra embajadora Claudia Fuentes Julio, nuestra representante permanente ante Naciones Unidas en Ginebra. Muchas gracias a todas y todos.
Muchísimas gracias, ministro, por sus palabras, por el liderazgo en esta materia. Veo que El Salvador está pidiendo la palabra. Adelante, por favor.
Muchas gracias por cedernos la palabra. Procederé a leer una declaración de El Salvador. La República de El Salvador reafirma su compromiso inquebrantable en favor de las personas refugiadas, solicitantes de asilo, desplazados y en situación de movilidad humana, trabajando con un enfoque de responsabilidades compartidas y de derechos humanos. En este sentido, el país establece reservar a cualquier interpretación o aplicación de los términos contenidos en la Declaración de Chile y Plan de Acción, que, por su naturaleza y alcance, riñan con principios constitucionales y del orden jurídico interno. Asimismo, establece reservar aquellos términos que en el ámbito legal no sean acordes a nuestras políticas públicas orientadas a favorecer a las grandes mayorías, o que tiendan a modificar lenguaje acordado en tratados internacionales ratificados por el país. Para finalizar, El Salvador agradece el liderazgo de Chile y el acompañamiento y apoyo de ACNUR en este proceso de Cartagena, y en este día podrán encontrar en sus correos electrónicos una comunicación transmitiendo la posición de El Salvador. Muchas gracias.
Agradecemos la intervención de El Salvador. Efectivamente, su intervención quedará en las actas de esta reunión y también en las memorias correspondientes. Muchísimas gracias. Con esto, y antes de terminar, me dicen acá que hay una sorpresa adicional. Como símbolo de nuestro más sincero agradecimiento, haremos entrega de un obsequio como recuerdo del proceso de Cartagena+40 al alto comisionado, el señor Filippo Grandi, a las ministras, ministros, viceministros, viceministras y jefes de delegación de los países de América Latina y el Caribe. Veo que vienen llegando los regalos. Eso. Dejemos que nos muestren los regalos. No. Bueno, con esto, nuevamente van a mostrar los regalos. Ah, qué lindo, sí. Estos regalos son producidos por las arpilleras de Chile. Muchísimas gracias a ellas también. Con esto entonces sí podemos ya dar por finalizada esta sesión, evento ministerial que ha durado 2 días. Los invitamos ahora, próximamente vamos a tomar la última foto oficial del evento y posteriormente están todos invitados a un almuerzo. Con esto nuevamente los agradecimientos profundos del Gobierno de Chile y vamos a dar terminada la sesión y esperando que el espíritu de Cartagena nos acompañe en la próxima década. No, entiendo que afuera. Sí. Sí, trabajamos en la OMS, en el Tratado de Patria.